are live. Hello, and everybody tuning in on YouTube. It is so good to have you in here with me today. We're going to go ahead and hop right into the debates. We have our first individual named Carlos up on the stream right now. Carlos, you told me you voted for Trump. Go ahead and take the mic from me and tell us why.
Yes, I voted for him due to the fact I thought he had better ideas at the time compared to Kamala for his. I like the idea of tariffs. I didn't think he would implement them this way. I want to see where it goes, and because maybe it will work, I will still have hope.
Okay. Well, I'd like to clarify.
But
You said that you didn't think he'd implement his tariffs in this way. We first heard about Donald Trump's tariffs in August of 2024. And the way that we heard about them was reporting from CNN stating that he was considering blanket tariffs on all goods imported into America at a dinner with a group of advisors. Since the very start, his plans for tariffs has always been blanket tariffs on all goods imported into America.
I expected 2%.
So it was actually announced as 20%.
Yes,
And this
thought
was
it
before
an
the election.
exaggerated number.
Okay, so do you do you regret your vote for Trump?
Yes.
You do regret your vote for Trump. Well, Carlos,
To an extent, yes, but there are both sides. I disagreed, but I leaned more towards Trump for sure.
in retrospect, who would you have voted for?
Libertarian.
Who is a
Honestly.
libertarian candidate?
It wouldn't have mattered due to the.
Okay, all right. Well,
Yeah.
you said you regret your support for Trump. We're going to move on to the next guest. I guess, hey, that's a good thing that you regret your support for Trump. I mean, there's obviously a little bit more work that needs to be done there, but we're going to move on to the next guest. Go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat if you currently support Trump, you guys. Go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat if you support Trump, y'all. We're going to get that next individual up on the stream as we speak, everybody. So also, we have like 8,000 people in here, guys. Make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen. Let's get up to 2 million likes. And as well as Angelina with the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you for the love, Angelina. What's going on? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
How old are you?
25.
25. All right, Mr. Sir, go ahead and take the mic from me. Tell us why you support Donald Trump, Mr. Liberation Day tariff, hurting Americans, hurting every single American, the American economy, our relations with other countries, and hurting other countries. Take it away.
So I do disagree with Trump on a few different points, but the main reasons I voted for him were, one, the border security, and two, the tariffs. I didn't expect them, like the last guest, he said, to implement them this way and this high. I expected them to be much lower and, not have so much of an impact, because looking at the stock market now, too, things aren't heading in a good direction. But like I said, also
he
the
told
border,
you what his plans were.
I just didn't expect the effects to be this, significant.
He's been saying this since the beginning. I mean, I would love it if, like somebody that's watched me frequently would somehow be able to find a clip of me speaking in August of 2024 about how Donald Trump was going to implement blanket tariffs on all goods imported into America, ranging from 20 to 35%. Because, I mean, he's been running on this forever.
Well, he did also implement tariffs in his first term, but obviously I don't think they had as much popularity as they do now. And
the tariffs that he implemented in his first term also had drastic outcomes. They bankrupted American farmers.
Right, and I heard you talk about that yesterday. So yeah, that's something I definitely regret voting for him for.
Okay.
But what I do agree with him on is definitely the border security, because I think for short term and as far as his term, he had better policies than Kamala. I understand that she had long-term policies to, protect the border. I just think that the way Trump was doing it was better.
Okay, so do you agree with mass deportation?
In a way, yes.
Why?
Because a large majority of the illegal immigrants entering this country are from jails and prisons in South America, and I don't think that's how it should work.
Okay, so is it just acceptable to lie now? Because what you just said is not true.
Well, you can't say that there's none, because there is.
Oh, so now you're trying to red herring my position by just me calling you a liar? So I called you a liar in response to the claim of you saying that a large majority of undocumented migrants that have come into America are from jail cells and prisons south of America.
I would say it is a large majority.
I would like to reiterate that claim is absolutely false. I have a question. Who do you think is more likely to commit a violent crime? Somebody with prior offenses that have landed them in jail, or somebody without prior offenses?
Somebody with prior offenses.
Okay, so let me make this clear. Do you think that an even larger majority of natural U.S. born citizens have spent prior time in jail, as undocumented migrants are 2 times less likely to commit violent crimes compared to U.S. born citizens? And you're saying that a larger majority of those undocumented migrants are coming from a jail?
I understand what you're saying, but American citizens that commit crime are sent to jail. They're not sent to another country to live free and
You don't understand what I'm saying because you're not giving me a response. Here's my issue with what you're saying. You're saying that a large majority of undocumented migrants that have come into America have come from jails south of America. And you told
Correct.
me that you think if you have prior offenses that landed you in jail, that you're going to be much more likely to commit a violent crime. So this should mean that undocumented migrants are much more likely than natural U.S. born citizens to commit violent crimes, right?
Right.
Okay, well, they're not. So PNAS would tell us that undocumented migrants are 2 times less likely to commit violent crimes than natural U.S. born citizens, so you're wrong.
Right, but the U.S. population is a lot bigger than the amount of undocumented migrants coming into this country.
This claim is per capita, so it accounts for differences in the size of population.
I guess I understand what you're saying there.
So now that I've been able to prove your claim wrong, I just, out of curiosity, would like to know the evidence that you have for your claim, because I'm just going to go ahead and assume that you're not baselessly shouting false claims that have detrimental effects on humans in our country, such as undocumented migrants are majority from jails south of America. So what this tells me is that you must have evidence for that claim. So what is your evidence?
Regardless if they came from
not regardless. I want to know. Not regardless. I want to know your evidence.
They're still coming to this country illegally.
Not regardless. I don't want you to shift the goalposts. I want you to give me your evidence.
I understand what you're saying, but they're still committing a felony by entering illegally.
Okay, well, if you understand what I'm saying, I want you to give me your evidence. So he left. He left the live. He left the live. Why? Thank you for the $1 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. And Mel with the $2 on YouTube Super Chat, and Amber with a 5, as well as Sarah with a motorcycle over on TikTok. We're going to go to get that next guest up in the live right now. If you're MAGA, go ahead and let me know in that chat, and we'll get you up here. I'd like to point out, if the TikTok live does get taken down, everybody go to the link tree in my bio and go over to the YouTube. Excuse me. And then I'd also like to point out, I figured this out last night. For all of the YouTube Super Chats, YouTube takes 30% to 60%. So I just figured that out last night. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to support me, I'd heavily implore you to not support me through Super Chat, but to rather support me on Venmo or PayPal. As well as Shayla with another $15 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Shayla. Everybody, please show some love to Shayla down below in that chat. And what's up, Ashu? You were spamming MAGA down below in that chat. Did you vote for Trump? We're going to go and give Ashu around 5 seconds here to unmute their mic to speak up before we move on to the next guest. Doesn't look like they are, so we're moving on. Quite frankly, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below on that channel. We'll get you up here to debate. Here we go. The Well You is connecting into the stream. All right, phenomena. Did I just say phenomena? I meant to say phenomenal. We're still trying to find that next guest, everyone. It doesn't look like a lot of people are too excited to join. Okay, we have Finn loading into the live. Here we go, everybody. Also, we have an army of people in here, 9,000 humans. Make sure you're double tapping on that phone screen for me. What's up, Finn? How old are you, man? Finn, I'm going to go and give you 5 seconds just like that. Hello? Well, Finn's not here. What's up, Tuck? Did he vote for Trump?
Nah, I just want to say, I like what you do. I love watching the streams, but...
Thank you so much, Tuck. I know that a butt was coming, but I kicked them off before he could say it because we're just looking for debates, everyone. All right. Hello, Papa. I'm not going to call you that. What would you prefer me to call you? Are you here? No, he's not even here. Why were you? Okay, we just had a robot spamming MAGA in the chat. What's up with this stage fright? Can you guys explain that to me? Everybody I'm bringing up onto the stream is spamming MAGA in the chat, and in the moment they hit the live, they just have nothing to say. Parker with a $10 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love. And what's up, Brody? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm 19 years old.
What year were you born in?
Huh?
What year are you born in, man? Just to verify your age? No clue. Okay. All right. Well, Brody, I am led to believe you're lying to us about your age. It doesn't seem like Brody has much to say.
What?
What year were you
Yeah.
born in?
Why you gotta know about that, man?
Because I think you're lying to us about your age. Goodbye, Brody.
All right, listen.
We're going to go to get the next guest up in there. Look at that, you guys. Dude, I swear. Everybody that joins the live either has stage fright, is a troll, or is a kid. Like, all that I want is like somebody that's at least 18 that supports a president to come up here and tell me why. Why is it so hard for me to find anybody who who will come up here and tell me why they support the goddamn president of America, dude? What's up, John? You support Trump?
Yeah, I'm here to ask a question about Cory Booker.
Well, I'm here to ask you why you support Trump.
Well, after Cory was done, did he fuck you raw after a wine tasting?
Okay, we're going to move on to the next guest. Nobody thinks about Gaysex more than conservative men. We are going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Everyone just go ahead and give us a minute. This is why we call MAGA weird. Everyone just be patient. If you're MAGA and you voted for Trump and you want to come up here and have a debate, go ahead and tell me why down below, or go ahead and spam MAGA down in that chat. Look at that, you guys. I mean, seriously, why is it so hard for somebody to come up here and tell us why they support the president? What's up? Do you support Trump, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and how old are you?
I'm 22.
Great. Phenomenal. Oh my gosh. Big T, do you know why it's so hard for me to find somebody like you? Somebody that's of age, that voted for the president, that's willing to come up here and debate me? Do you think that your Trump supporting buddies are scared?
I don't know. I just think a lot of people sort of are immature. You know, it can really go both ways. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of, it's just.
Makes sense. Well, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Mr. Liberation Day, destroying the American economy, isolating us from literally every other country on the earth, imposing tariffs on uninhabited islands, but not imposing tariffs on Russia. Take it away.
I agree with that. I think tariffs should go to Russia as well. This is my second time voting. So right when I turned 18, I voted in 2020. But the reason I voted for him twice.
Why do you support Trump
reason
today?
I support him mainly is because of the war today, right now.
Yeah.
Honestly, man. So I work on a farm, and I work with my cousin. We run a landscaping business, and our uncles, they have farms. My uncle legit hates Trump now because to get seed, the price, man, legit went up 5 times more. It used to be around about $200 a yard, and now it is. I'm not even kidding you, man.
Okay,
like $1,200.
So, based uncle, but I want you to tell us why you support the president.
I think he's more stern, man. I think we need a leader. I don't think Joe Biden was a leader. I don't think.
Well, Kamala Harris ran for president.
Yeah, she did. I just don't think she was capable of having a sit-down conversation with Vladimir Putin and the president of China. I just don't. I think.
So you voted for Trump because you think he has better relations with Putin?
With the world leaders that can
that's
do a lot of damage.
That's
Yeah,
abundantly
for sure.
fucking false. Are you kidding me? The entirety of the EU is now considering retaliatory attacks against America. Like even France is like considering incredibly like insane responses. Like the entirety of the EU is considering blocking us out of like global commerce and global markets. The entirety of the EU is now considering taxing and sanctioning American banks. Like the Prime Minister of Canada has said that the U.S.'s era of being the leader insofar as global economic commerce is over. I mean, they're saying that our relationship is done. Like every other country on earth is seriously not messing with America. I mean, even like China, right? For instance, China just imposed the largest counter tariffs on America in American history that they've sent towards us. And then Putin too. Putin screwed Trump over, and that led Trump to saying like last week, oh, dude, fuck Putin, all this crazy shit, because Putin took advantage of him. Putin got what he wanted from Trump. He got a president that's complacent with the ethnic cleansing of Ukrainians that will stop all funding But then Putin's not going to do anything for Trump. He rejected the ceasefire. He rejected any peace talk. So tell me one world leader that has a better relationship with Trump than what would be present under a Kamala Harris presidency.
Shit, I guess right now I understand, dude. I understand what you're saying. I just think maybe I'm hoping for like a plan to work out. I know a couple guys. The guy a few times ago.
Can you answer my question though?
What'd you say?
I asked you to name one world leader that would have a better relationship with Trump than Kamala Harris.
I would have to say China, Putin. I don't know. I just think the big
China and
ones, maybe
Putin?
South Korea.
China and Putin? Okay,
Maybe,
China. That's not true about China. I already told you that because of Donald Trump's tariffs on China, they launched retaliatory tariffs back on America, the largest retaliatory tariffs imposed on us by China in history because of Trump. So that's not true. Okay, about
Are they
Putin,
scared of him though? Or is that why? Like, do you think they're like?
Wait.
'Cause I
What
think-
are you asking? I'm just asking you to name one world leader that would have a better relationship with Trump than Kamala Harris. And so far, you've said Putin. So is that the only one that you could think of?
I guess not China.
Okay, Putin. Who else?
Let me think. Is South Korea still on board? I'm not educated like you on this stuff.
Why would South Korea have a better relationship with Trump than Kamala Harris?
I thought they were cool.
We
At that point.
like under Liberation Day, they fucking imposed tariffs on South Korea.
I guess I can't name.
Thank you so much for the
a
motorcycle.
leader.
So only Putin, right?
I'm guessing at the point right now, yeah, man.
Okay,
That's
so
all I got.
you voted for Trump because he'd have a better relationship with Putin. Wow, that's insane. Okay, like better relationship
there's a
with.
war
Just
going
listen,
on.
just listen. You want a better relationship with Putin than the prosperity of the American economy. You would rather, right, wealth be redistributed from the poor to the rich, and every American making under $395,000 per year to be worse off than having a worse relationship with Putin. But let's talk about why there'd be a better relationship with Putin under Donald Trump presidency. Let me ask you, do you think that Putin really cares about anyone outside of himself and he just wants to do whatever is possible to further his own goals?
Yes.
Phenomenal. Do you think he'd be more likely to have a better relationship with other people with power that would aid and abet in him achieving his goals?
I think so. Sadly, yeah, I think so, man.
Let me ask you this question.
Just think,
Great. One last question for me. I'm so sorry for cutting you off. It's just a dialogue
No,
tree. This is the last
all right.
question. Are Putin's goals good or bad?
I think he used his. I think they're bad. I think he's trying, especially with Ukraine. Now, okay, sum it up short. I think so. Yes.
Okay, so
I
here's
just
what
think-
we know. Here's what we know. You think that Donald Trump would have a better relationship with Putin than Harris. You think that Putin doesn't care about anyone outside of himself and just will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. And you think that Putin would have a better relationship with people that help him achieve his goals. And you think that his goals are bad. So what is the conclusion of this position? You think that Donald Trump makes it easier for Putin to achieve his bad goals. So why is that a reason you'd vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
I think he can stop the war over Kamala Harris. Like with all the funding and stuff and all our taxpayer monies the past 4 or 5 years when this war started has went to Zelensky and he ain't doing shit about it, man. He's over here like plotting all this shit. No, I don't know. I just think, like I said, I know you have more knowledge on it, and I'm just trying to figure out where all our fucking money went. What was it, like 200 million or billion or whatever?
It was $120 billion per year. Did you know that there was over $2 trillion wiped out of American markets in the last 24 hours because of Trump? I think that's so funny that you're going to sit here and say that Kamala Harris and Biden made a bad decision to uphold a contractual agreement that we signed with Ukraine in the 90s to protect them if they're invaded from a foreign aggressor that's trying to ethnically cleanse them and their people, right? And it was a deal breaker for $120 billion for humanitarian needs, but then you completely ignore the over $2 trillion loss in American companies in the last 24 hours. And then on top of that, you said that you think that Donald Trump will be able to easily end the conflict in Ukraine committed at the hand of Russia. That is literal propaganda. You got lied to. Okay, Russia is still ethnically cleansing Ukraine today, right? Close to 2 months into Donald Trump's presidency, over 50 days, right? And they've rejected a ceasefire agreement. They've rejected peace talks. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has defunded all support to Ukraine, meaning that he's made it easier for a dictator to annex a foreign country and steal their land, killing their people, and forcefully relocating them elsewhere.
Yeah. Why did we lose $3 trillion? Like, what the hell happened there? Like, I don't know. What are you talking
Because he imposed tariffs on every country in the world. What that did is it created a lack of consumer confidence and destroyed future markets because nobody knows what's going to come, especially because of the retaliatory attacks from other countries back to the U.S. because of these tariffs. And this isolationist policy has caused other countries to block commerce with America, to block investment in American companies, has caused companies like Nintendo to delay their launch of the Switch 2, has caused big companies like Stellantis to fire 900 employees. And this has crippled investment in American markets and has caused people to get their money out, which is, dropped the S&P 500 by over 4.5%, the largest one-day drop since the pandemic. Okay, right? The fifth largest one-day drop in the S&P 500 in American history. All right, devaluing American companies by over $2 trillion, wiped out in one day.
So, like, God. Okay. Let me ask you something, if I may. If you say you were in that seat right now, and this, like, just today, not you didn't get elected, what would you do? What would be the first thing? Because I'm just trying to get all this clarity, man. I'm trying to, for the future, right? Say all this shit happens again. Like, what would you do right now, today?
What would I do if I was Trump today?
Yeah, or just you, yeah, or Trump, yeah.
Sure,
Like,
I'd rescind all the tariffs that he's imposed on other countries. I'd fix relationships with allies that have been destroyed. I'd codify federal protections for every single woman and girl to have a right to choose access to abortion. I would restart funding aid and support to Ukraine, and in fact, I'd bump it up a little bit, and I'd defund any support towards Israel.
So would you?
But why is this relevant to the conversation?
No, like I said, I'm just trying to get clarity because you have more knowledge. That's why I requested, man. I'm just trying to have a debate and, like, if I have something, because I don't know, man. I mean, I watch on YouTube and all the, like, the whatever, the Ben Shapiro and stuff, and I'm just trying to. I'm an American, man. Okay, so I'm trying to further my knowledge and all this stuff. That's why
I think that's great, man. I think that's great, man. Well, is there anything else that you'd like to know, or maybe other reasons why you support the president?
Do you stand with, like, the abortion thing being brought to the states, or do you want it federally?
I think that should
Why
be
do you
federally
think?
protected.
Okay. Yeah. Why?
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 Great
Why?
question.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that there's any good reason to ban a woman's access to elective lethal abortions before 20 weeks. Okay? So,
Okay.
in other words,
Yeah,
I
20
think
weeks.
that any legislation to restrict a woman's access from abortion is restricting upon their bodily autonomy without good reason. Okay? And I think that an impediment or a restriction upon one's bodily autonomy without good reason is a violation of their human rights. Okay? Right? So that means I think that legislation that prevents a woman from accessing abortion is a violation of human rights. And I think that human rights ought to be protected by the federal government. I mean, that's the reason that the Civil War was fought. And hopefully any true American would agree with me. And because I think that human rights deserve to be protected by the federal government, I think that a woman's access to elective lethal abortions in the first 20 weeks of pregnancy deserves to be protected by the federal government.
Okay, I got you. So you said 12 weeks. You think
20,
anything after
20.
20? Yeah, anything after 20 weeks is, you think? Where's your stance on that? Right?
I think that elective lethal abortions after 20 weeks are wrong, okay, and should not be legal. But this is not an issue because in my 3 years of debating abortion, I've never been able to find one circumstance of a woman getting an elective lethal abortion after 20 weeks.
I hear you. All right, man. I think I gotta go. I appreciate the debate, dude. Knowledge both ways. Thank you, man.
All right, well, have a good one, Mr. T. I'll go ahead and repeat it once again. If you're one of the 10,000 people watching and you voted for Trump, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat, and we're going to get you up here for a discussion. Also, you guys, if the stream does get taken down, because you know TikTok, they love to take me down, the first thing you should do is go to the link tree in my bio and head over to the YouTube stream. And then also, I'd like to thank two people real quick, but yo, Dylan, what's up? Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Awesome. Before we hop into our discussion, I'd like to thank Parker for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Parker. Parker says, I think my Venmo's behaving right now. I want to make sure that you get 100% of my money, not just a portion of it on YouTube. Thank you for the love, Parker. Yeah, I was so surprised yesterday when I discovered that YouTube takes 30 to 60%. Everybody, so many W's for Parker. I'd also like to thank Anna with a $5, REI with a $1, and Natalie with a $50 over on Venmo. 500 Natalie W's. Natalie says, today will be the last stream I'm able to catch for a bit because I'm going to Bulgaria and France for work. Wish me luck. Good luck, Natalie. Thank you so much for your support. And then Riley with a 5, Amy with a 5, Jim with a 25, and N with a 10. Everybody show some love to Jim and N, guys. Thank you so much for the love. But anyways, Mr. Dylan, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Hey, so I support Trump because, many of the, I would say, misconceptions that are going on, with everything that Trump's doing. I believe that, before things get better, they have to get worse. Would you agree with me about that?
No. I think that we see a trend through history of things getting worse before they get better. But that's typically because people do something bad, they realize they fucked up, and they suffer the consequences of their actions, and which gives them, reason to fix it. But I don't think that it always needs to occur. I could give you kind of like an example of this. When I first got my driver's license, I sped 20 to 30 miles over the speed limit, essentially everywhere I went. I was a very reckless child. I suffered the consequence of that action when I got a speeding ticket for 20 miles over the speed limit. And then after I got the speeding ticket, I never sped again. All right. I still won't go more than 5 miles over the posted speed limit years later. So that was an example of things getting worse for me before they get better. But this doesn't mean that there isn't millions of drivers on the roads today that have always known that speeding recklessly was a bad thing and never did it to start. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. Dylan, you are on pause right now. For me to be able to hear you, I got to have you on app. And he left. All right. We're going to move on to our next guest, everyone. Just go and give us a minute. I don't know why he left, but he did, and here we are. We're going to move on. Jonathan, thank you so much for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, Jonathan. If everybody watching the live could please show some love to Jonathan down below right now, that'd be so incredibly kind. Jonathan says, love your content, watch every day at work. You're a beast, Jonathan. W Jonathan's down below. What's up, LB? Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did.
All right, Mr. LBA, why do you support Mr. Liberation Day, impose tariffs on every other country and crash the economy, then say we're in the golden age? Go ahead and tell us why.
Well, I support the tariffs, actually.
Oh, no.
I'm a big fan of the tariffs.
No.
I think it's critical for the U.S. to have manufacturing in the U.S. to be able to produce cars, ships, tanks, and other stuff.
I agree that America needs a strong manufacturing sector. But I think that the impacts of tariffs imposed on every other country in the world will actually slow the growth of the American GDP, reduce overall jobs, and hurt the manufacturing sector of our country, especially when we contrast that with his mass deportation. That will also reduce the size of the labor force and hurt the manufacturing sector of our country. I think that overwhelmingly this plan is very bad for American manufacturing.
Well, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say Biden CHIPS Act and Infrastructure Act will help bring jobs. Instead, you believe in subsidies, right? To be able to bring back American manufacturing.
Well, I actually
Tariffs.
think that all protectionist policy is bad, but I do think that subsidizing manufacturers is not as bad as tariffing other countries. But I would like to clarify here, I do not believe that the blanket tariffs that Donald Trump has implemented will lead to a boom in American manufacturing in the long term.
Oh, wait, so how would you bring back manufacturing?
How
How would you bring it back? What policies?
if we had, well, I mean, I'm not the one suggesting an argument. You are, but like the counter argument would be that subsidizing corporate America is better than tariffing countries outside of America. But my argument is simply put, I do not believe that the tariffs in the long term will be good for American manufacturing.
But we need American manufacturing. That's the whole reason. If you look at the Ukrainian war, the
One
whole
second.
reason why.
Listen to my words. I do not believe that Donald Trump's blanket tariffs will be good for American manufacturing in the long term.
Well, I think you need to increase the tariffs. You need to make it, these companies, you need to make it unprofitable for these companies to be able to produce stuff abroad. You need to be able to build ships in America. You need to be able to build cars in America.
A lot
It's
of the
critical.
a lot of the manufacturing sect, right, in America is also reliant on exports to other countries. We are now blocked from a lot of global commerce with other countries, meaning that the producers in America will suffer and many will go bankrupt. Okay, this also happened in 2018 when Donald Trump imposed tariffs on China. American farmers went bankrupt because our US agricultural exports declined. Okay?
The
And
U.S.
then on
isn't a
top
trade
of
def. Oh,
and then on
okay,
top
okay.
of and then on top of that fact, because a lack of confidence in the markets caused by these tariffs, less people are investing in American companies in the public markets. That's not good for American manufacturing either, now is it?
It's not, but we have a trade deficit with almost every other country.
Trade
We don't.
deficits aren't bad.
Yeah, they are. And
Hey,
also,
I
if
wait,
you look,
I have a question. At what point in American history were we at the greatest level of a trade surplus?
um, 40s, 50s, or the 20s, somewhere around there.
During the Great Depression. Okay? So a trade deficit is not bad. It is nothing more than a tool that accountants use to calculate how many goods we're buying from other countries compared to how many goods we're selling to other countries. Okay? The US is the richest country on earth. Okay? We account for 30% of all global commerce. On top of the fact that we have 340 million people here, and a country like Canada only has 44. Of course, we're going to be buying more goods from Canada than they buy from us. It is not a bad thing. Okay. And it's not just me who argues this, it's also people on the right like Ben Shapiro. Would my argument be more credible if I played a clip of Ben Shapiro saying word for word everything I'm saying right now?
No, it's not. I still think even if trade deficits aren't bad, I think it's, for national security, you need to be able to build stuff. The whole reason why Russia's kicking our asses in Ukraine is because even though Western Europe and the US have more financial capital, Russia has cheap energy and has cheap manufacturing. That's the whole reason why they're kicking our ass. Even though we give Ukraine all these loans and stuff, we cannot produce the same level as Russia. If we get into a war with China today, we're going to get destroyed because we can't produce stuff. We don't produce ships. We don't produce tanks. We don't produce shells. We don't produce anything. As a great power, it is essential that you have a manufacturing base to produce stuff.
Okay.
That's
So I
essential.
want to make it clear here that Russia is struggling. The value of the ruble is crumbling. Okay. Their GDP is only being propped up by the industrial military
3%. It's growing
complex.
higher than
But
the US.
even that is
3%.
starting to fail. Okay. Well, I mean, the industrial military complex in World War II is what pulled us out of the Great Depression. Of course, they're going to experience inflated GDP growth because of the amount of government funding they're spending to produce more bombs and weapons to kill innocent Ukrainians. Okay. But I'd also like to point out that my original position was that these tariffs will not be good for American manufacturing in the long term. And I've already given you my justification to suggest that claim to be true. So when you're telling me that this is essential, we need more manufacturing, well, these blanket tariffs are not the way to achieve that.
So how would you achieve, would you subsidize your weight? We both agree that manufacturing is critical for the US, right? We both agree with that. Can we agree on that? That it's
I
critical for national security, that we need to be able to manufacture stuff, that we don't even manufacture any ships anymore.
productive capacities for a country is a fine idea, but I think when we start using like protectionist rhetoric, saying that we need to safeguard our economy and we need to make sure that we're producing everything that we use to increase our productive capacities, that is very dangerous rhetoric because it leads to things such as these blanket tariffs that really hurt our country. I would say what is more critical is a focus on free trade, the globalization of commerce, and competitive advantage. All right.
If
I
you
say that
guys
America produces what America's good at producing. We let other countries produce what they're good at producing. And this will generate the most efficient and productive outcomes, not only for our economy, but economies abroad.
And I get that, but free trade has killed the Rust Belt. That's the whole reason why you guys are losing elections, because you guys lost the blue wall because all the manufacturing went out. These people don't have jobs, and you guys are losing every election due to the issue of free trade. Overall, free trade in a lot of the swing states have been seen as a failure.
There was more jobs added to the economy ignoring COVID under the Biden-Harris administration compared to Trump's. What do you mean we're losing jobs? There's also more
Well,
jobs.
I'm not saying I'm not
There's
saying
also
it.
more jobs overseas under Donald Trump's first term compared to Biden and Harris's term. What do you mean?
I'm not talking about Trump or Biden in general. I'm saying that free trade has lost a lot of manufacturing
There was
jobs.
more
A lot of
jobs
people
added
have.
to the American economy under Biden and Harris than there was under Trump.
I get that, but in general, free trade has people have lost manufacturing jobs due to free trade. That is a fact. People have lost their jobs due to free trade
Okay,
because
what
all
do
the production is getting out of going to cheaper countries. We are never going to be able to compete with China or India with their cheap labor. We are never going to be able to compete with that. You need to tariff these countries and make it unaffordable.
Even if I was to accept the isolationist perspective that we need to bump the manufacturing of goods in America and we can't compete with these other countries and it's crippling our own economy, one response that is better than these tariffs is to rather subsidize our own producers. If you're saying that we can't compete with China to produce a good because they pay their employees lower wages, well, what if our government was to step in, say, we're going to subsidize you so you could produce more goods for cheaper while paying your employees more while keeping the same profit margins? All of a sudden, that puts more money into the hands of Americans, and that puts more money into the hands of American producers.
But that would increase the deficit.
With a positive ROI. I think that our government spends a lot of money in really bad areas, and that would be one of the best areas to spend money. It is insane to me that you're telling me that you'll stand behind Donald Trump's economic policy, which costs over $4 trillion and is actively wiping out trillions of dollars in U.S. markets, and apparently that's a good thing. But then when I propose the idea of expenditure in the sense of billions of dollars to build more manufacturing plants in America, to pay Americans higher wages, to increase the size of the American economy overall, all of a sudden that's a bad thing. Okay,
But
the MAGA cult is completely backwards. You're
Can
like,
if our government. One moment.
I'm still speaking. The MAGA cult is completely backwards. The MAGA cult says if our government spends money to make more money, that's a bad thing. But if our government spends money to lose money, that's a good thing. That's what you're arguing.
Well, no, I'm arguing that we need to be able to produce stuff. That's what I'm arguing.
Don't red herring my position. You told me the issue with subsidizing manufacturers is that it increased the deficit. Not all debt is bad.
Well, we have insane debt right now. At least with tariffs, it brings in money for the government. Yes, it gets passed on to the consumer.
Oh my God.
Yes, it gets passed
Oh my
on to the
God.
consumer, but tariffs are a tax. Well, what do you mean? Oh my God! Before the 20s, we were all the tax income that the federal government had was through tariffs.
Isn't that pretty crazy that the rest of the world recognized that tariffs weren't a good idea in the 1920s, and here you are supporting them on every other country?
China has tariffs. The EU has tariffs.
You're saying that China
India
has tariffs?
has tariffs.
You're saying that China
Everyone
has tariffs? Let me ask you a question. How has the GDP of China grown in the last 3 years?
Well, because they got screwed under COVID.
No.
But before COVID,
No. Answer my question. Don't pivot. What has the GDP growth of China looked like in the last 3 years?
It's been bad, but it hasn't been bad.
It's gone
due to
down.
tariffs.
It's gone down.
Yes, but
Thank
it's
you so
gone
much,
down
LB.
through-
So now I'm going to go ahead and go back to my question. You said that we need to protect critical manufacturing sectors in America, and tariffs are the only way to do this. Once again, I think that tariffs hurt American manufacturing. Okay, they lose American jobs. We have American companies like Stellantis already firing hundreds of employees. Okay, they reduce investment into American markets. There's $2 trillion wiped out of public trade in America yesterday alone. Okay, and they slow GDP growth in the long term because we're no longer focused on making what we're good at making, but rather forced into making everything. Not to mention it causes inflation for the end consumer, which actively decreases the average quality of lives. But now, back to the statement that you've ran away from and you haven't responded to, is if we are to implement isolationist policy to protect American manufacturing, the correct way to do that is to subsidize American manufacturers so they can produce more goods for less, naturally pricing their goods back into the market. Your contention is that this costs money. It is one of the best investments our government can make.
Oh, okay, but you can't subsidize your way out of. You can't subsidize your way out of this. You need
Yes,
tariffs.
you can.
Subsidies aren't going to be enough.
Yes, they are.
They're not going to be enough.
Yes, they are. I could prove it.
How can you prove it? The CHIPS Act. The CHIPS Act. It's a good step, and I agree with the CHIPS Act, but it's not going to be enough.
Allow me to finish.
Okay.
You have the CHIPS and Science Act, That will take America from producing 1% of the global chip supply to 20% in the next 4 years. We already have new chip production plants and manufacturing plants opening in states like Arizona because of it. And then we also had the farm bill under Donald Trump that bailed farmers out from bankruptcy that he put in that position because of the counter tariffs on agricultural exports from America to China. And we had the infrastructure bill under Biden and Harris that spent $500 billion on renewing American infrastructure. And that was one of the big reasons why we had a quicker rebound from the inflation onset by COVID compared to any other country in the G7. And when you say that subsidizing our producers just won't be enough, why?
Because you're not going to be able to compete with the cheap labor. Even if you subsidize these companies, it's still not going to be, subsidies aren't going to, give me a second. Subsidies aren't going to be enough to compete with cheap labor.
They actually
aren't.
are. Can I tell you how?
How? You're going to,
Because you give a subsidy to pay your employees more while keeping consistent profit margins. You literally subsidize the difference in wages for employees between what America would pay them to what China would pay them.
you think that you can subsidize to compete with China's cheap labor that pays them like 70 cents an hour?
I just explained how.
can't.
I just explained how. You subsidize the difference in employee wages. That is what you do. That is how you can subsidize.
The subsidy would be
with cheap labor.
insane. The subsidy would be insane. What are you talking about? The subsidy would be insane. Look at China's salary compared to the U.S. salary. You can't subsidize that.
Okay, sir,
It would-
your argument's literally nuh-uh. If your only argument is nuh-uh, all right, then unfortunately we're going to need to talk about a different subject, or you're going to need to do more research before you combat my position. I'm giving you my justification. The Chips and Science Act, by the way, is stealing dominance from chip production from China. Okay, so
It's from Taiwan.
China.
It's from Taiwan.
It's from both.
And
from both. You don't think that
and
China
also-
produces any chips? Don't interrupt me. That's already taken production from China. So I want to make this clear. Your only argument right now is nuh-uh. And then when you sit here and you tell me, well, the subsidy is insane, it costs so much money. How much are these tariffs costing? Over $2 trillion in one day? How much are
for
these
the
tariffs
stock market,
costing?
how
How much are these tariffs costing? A relationship with every other country on earth besides Russia? How much are these tariffs costing? And the largest tax hike of over $6 trillion that will be paid by Americans, an increase of prices? How much are these tariffs costing? A reduction in average qualities of life for everybody, disproportionately impacting individuals that make less money?
Do you think that
Nobody agrees with these tariffs, not
You're
even
not
the
letting me talk. You're not letting me talk.
You're not letting me finish.
Oh, I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish.
Nobody agrees with the blanket tariffs, not even Republicans in Congress. This is why we now have Republicans like the last Republican vice president, Mike Pence, or current Republicans in Congress that are now advocating for bipartisan legislation to restrict Donald Trump's ability to sign tariffs into law. You, sir, are one of the only Americans siding on the wrong side of history right now.
Okay. All right, are you done?
Obviously, if I'm taking a drink of my water, I'm done.
Okay. Which company produces the most factories from the Chips and Science Act? Which company is it? I want you to guess.
I'm unaware of the company in which opened the manufacturing
TMC.
sect
TMC. What company is that from? That's from Taiwan. Even the companies from the Chips and Science Act are foreign companies. The U.S. still doesn't have its own production.
Wait, so I just want to make this so incredibly clear. Do you mean TSMC?
Yeah, TSMC. Sorry, my bad.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that like the manufacturing sects and like the manufacturing plants in America, like opening up in Arizona, that is not an American company.
That is not an American company. Obviously, there's Intel too, but most of the companies are TMSC.
Okay, well, even though that was true, that wouldn't be an issue with subsidization. That'd be an issue with where the subsidies
It's not
are
even
set.
if it was true, it is true.
Are you listening to what I'm saying? This
Okay,
doesn't combat my
go.
argument at all because this shows no issue with subsidization working as a means to protect American industries, but rather a misapplication of a subsidy. Thank you.
Okay, but that's still we still don't produce semiconductors under our country. We still don't produce semiconductors. That's a national security issue.
Oh my God. I don't know why I'm coughing so badly.
We design all the chips, but we don't produce the chips. And you don't think that's an issue?
Why are you pivoting from my position? So I give you like a
So
billion.
ask me the question again.
I give you like a billion facts as it relates to why subsidizing would be a good alternative means to tariffs, but still at the end of the day, I do not believe that tariffs will protect American industries, as I believe that they will reduce GDP growth in the long term by creating more efficiencies in American markets, such as a reduction in consumer confidence, leading to a reduction in spending on investment from the American people, which scales down the size of American producers. It also starts trade wars, meaning that we export less, which bankrupts American producers. And that tangential alongside his mass deportation reduces the labor force, which also scales down the size of American producers. I love
Okay.
for you to respond.
Can I talk for a second?
Yeah,
So
just want you to respond.
so what subsidies did Biden in place to help with
Dude,
steel, car, shipping?
Don't pivot, LB, please. You're being really annoying. If you
All
pivot
right.
again, I'm just gonna kick you.
Okay. Can you re-ask the question then?
I told you that you were pivoting. You told me to re-ask the question. I did, and then you pivoted again, and then you told me to re-ask the question again.
Because I said we don't have a manufacturing base. You said, oh, well, Biden.
I'm gonna repeat it for a last time. I believe that tariffs will actually be harmful for American manufacturing in the long term in the way in which Donald Trump has implemented them. The reason I believe that is because A, it'll slow GDP growth by refocusing American interests from competitive advantage to being forced to produce everything. B, which I think is the main part, it reduces consumer confidence in the market, meaning that we have less Americans investing into American manufacturers, meaning that the size of American manufacturers goes down. C, it just destroys our exports and our engagement in global markets. So, I mean, it bankrupts American producers that way. I mean, that's already been proven via the tariffs that Donald Trump imposed on China in his first administration. D, the tariffs just straight up won't last for a long term. Okay, 2028, the next president will repeal them if they're even still in place. I know this because there's a bipartisan push from Republicans and Democrats to do that. Okay, and then E, it completely just takes our dominance on the global stage of economic commerce and trade away. I mean, even other countries like Canada are already recognizing that. So there's a couple of reasons why I think that tariffs won't be good for scaling the economy in the long term. And then maybe like one last reason. When we also contrast this with the fact that Donald Trump wants to push millions of people out of the labor force through his mass deportation, we just have a really bad environment being produced for American manufacturing and dominance on the global stage insofar as production of goods. So I gave you 6 points there. Why you're wrong.
Am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
Yeah. So I gave you 6 points there why you're wrong.
Okay. And I'm going to debunk all those points.
Do it.
First of all, obviously other countries aren't going to like tariffs because they've been ripping off the U.S. So obviously they're against tariffs.
How have other countries been ripping off America?
Because Europe's been ripping off America for years. What are you talking about? They don't spend any in defense. They tax our tech companies. They constantly fee them. What do you mean? How do they? It's just a known fact.
Wait,
that they rip us off.
countries so I have a question. You're saying that countries in Europe rip off America by not spending more on defense?
Yeah, because we spend all their money on defense.
How does that rip off America?
Because we have to. Who's spending the most money in Ukraine? Europe should be dealing with that. Who spends the most? Who gives Ukraine the most money?
We're in a contractual agreement with Ukraine to support them if they're invaded from the 90s. It's called the Budapest Memorandum.
And we shouldn't support Ukraine. That should be what Western Europe's issue. Should be Europe's issue. Shouldn't be the
According
US.
to this Budapest Memorandum from the 90s, I mean, you're telling me that you would like to disrespect a contractual agreement we have with Ukraine. If anything,
Yes.
it's America ripping off Europe, not Europe ripping off America.
Yes, I don't care about the 90s agreement. If we're losing so much money, if we're not going to win the war, if we're losing so much money from the war, why are we continuing this war? We're not going to win the war.
Wait. Why do you believe that Ukraine won't be able to keep their land?
They don't have the manpower.
They don't have the manpower? Well, I mean, shit. I guess they definitely do now after the UK wants to put boots on the ground in Ukraine because America's pulling off. But
Yeah.
you know what that means? That means a possible World War III because now Russia has more incentive to hit NATO countries. But we're pivoting. We're pivoting. Get back to topic. Tell me why I'm wrong.
About tariffs or about the Ukraine?
Okay, so I told you why
Why
tariffs
tariffs
were
are
bad for
bad?
American
Yes.
manufacturing.
Because we're
I gave you 6 reasons why tariffs were bad for American manufacturing in the long term. And then your first counter rebuttal is that Europe's been ripping America off. Like technically speaking, that's like a red herring. Even if Europe was ripping America off, This wouldn't dispute that tariffs are bad for for American manufacturing in the long term.
Okay, obviously tariffs are going to cause short-term pain. I'm not stupid enough to argue against that.
I
Obviously, it's
argue
going to
that they'll
raise
cause
prices
harm in
for
the long
consumers
term. I give you 6 reasons why they're going to cause harm in the long term.
because of consumers and stuff. And it's we're deporting all these people and we're not going to have a manufacturing base and it's going to cause all these problems. I get that. First of all, Trump's not even going through with mass deportations. We're having less deportations per month than under Biden. So
So
these mass deportations aren't even happening.
That's just a complete
Go
failure.
go search it up. Go search it up. Yeah, well,
Would you allow me to finish?
yeah.
So that's
So
just
mass deportations aren't happening.
So okay, you're saying that you're going to allow me to finish, then you interrupt me.
Yeah. No, I just want to get that.
So
point.
Donald
You
Trump
can
does
finish.
want to deport every single undocumented migrant in America. He ran on this and he's trying to get it done. But Donald Trump just sucks at everything. And like currently his solution to try to bump up deportation numbers is just to completely restrict and supersede due process for migrants. So I mean, he's trying to do mass deportation.
Well, he's not gonna. I mean, look at the numbers. They're not obviously like
I
they're
mean,
not gonna happen,
any
though.
deportation of an undocumented migrant that hasn't committed a violent crime is bad for American industries. I just want to make that clear.
We'll agree to disagree. I don't. Let's stick on the tariff.
What? Like downsizing our labor force is obviously going to be bad for American industries. How could you agree to disagree?
Well, what labor force do we have right now? We live in a financialized economy. We have no labor force. 85% of our economy is goods and services and finance. Only 15% of our economy is agriculture and manufacturing. So, in the state of our economy right now, our
America
labor
has a
force is
labor
cooked.
force?
Yeah, they do, but what are these undocumented immigrants going to be working for? What job do they do? They do farming.
I wouldn't be
and they do
able.
manufacturing.
I wouldn't be able to give you. Sir,
let's just be realistic. That's what they mostly.
I wouldn't be able to give you a breakdown of the jobs that undocumented migrants work. I'm sure that somebody else could. But regardless of like the sex in our economy where undocumented migrants work, it doesn't matter because when you scale down the size of our labor force in any industry, it's bad for the industry. Like unless like you're just using more efficient means of production. But like obviously, mass deportation isn't also producing more efficient means of production.
Well, no, obviously it's not good. We should do mass deportations because a lot of these people, they came across the country illegally and they committed a crime. And it's I don't want to talk about deportation. I want to get back to the tariffs.
Okay,
But
so yeah, you just conceded there. You said that yes, mass deportation as a whole is really bad for American industries, but like because they committed a crime, you still think it should occur. So now you're just justifying hurting American industries and not like rebuttaling the position I gave you insofar as why Donald Trump's blanket tariffs are bad for American manufacturers in the long term.
well, they're bad because of consumers and stuff. And we're going to do your whole argument. It's bad because we're going to do mass deportations and then we're not going to have a high labor force.
That was one of my
And then
6
it-
reasons. So
Well,
that'd be
that's
1/6 of my argument, not the whole argument.
yeah, well, that's your argument. My argument
It's
is
1/6
we
of
need
my position.
okay, 1/6 of your position. Let me debunk that position. Okay, I think we need to completely change our economy from a financial economy to more of a manufacturing economy.
What's a financial economy?
A financialized economy with services, insurance, real estate, stocks. That's what a financialized economy is.
Okay.
I think we need to completely reform our economy. I think people's lives are worse off than they are than their parents. Can we agree on that? The average age of people
Jojo,
moving out
thank you
their
for the
parents' house
galaxy.
is 20,
Eli, thank you for the $5
27
over
years
PayPal.
old. That's the average age of people moving out of their parents' house, 27 years old.
I'd say for some senses life is better, and in some senses life is worse.
But
And
we-
does this rebuttal my argument? Like, you understand that the tariffs are only making life worse, right? Like, cause
Well-
the big motivation insofar as why life can be worse for a lot of people is like the houses of prices has inflated, rent's gone up, university is significantly more expensive. Donald Trump has hurt social services to reduce the price of university through FAFSA for underprivileged students. Donald Trump has no policy to address the housing crisis. Donald Trump has no policy to reduce overall rents. Not to mention that the tariffs is the biggest increase in sales tax in American history, meaning that the purchasing power of the average American would only be reduced. So in other words, one of the only ways life has gotten worse in the last 30 years compared to the 30 years before it is because of an issue that Donald Trump is only exuberating more now. So your argument actually kind of rebuttals itself because the argument here would be is that Donald Trump is only exaggerating the issues that you just made. sorry, the issues that you just pointed out.
All right, well,
But man, I'm not gonna lie, you're not really giving a response to the argument. The whole chat wants me to kick you. Do you have
oh
any last points you
no,
want to
no.
make?
Well, can I say one last point, right? And
Sure.
I think I have more likes than you. It's 900 to 300, but moving on.
Sir, are you
Look,
talking about?
we
Sir, are you talking
I,
about like the coins on your account?
yeah, the coin. I don't know what that is, but
Sir, so
we agree that.
I'd like to. I just want
Can
to
you let me? Can
clarify.
you let? Can you? Okay, moving on. Enough
No,
about the coins.
no, because you just made like an interesting statement. So right now in the coins on your account, you're comparing that to my main account down there. I don't know why. That's about $5. It's pretty cool. Good for you. Don't know the relevance. But I guess before I do allow you to finish, I would like to really thank Zach for the $50 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Zach. Can everybody please show some love to Zach down below in that chat, literally right now, you guys? That is ZAK, y'all. Let's get at least 500 W, Zachs. Thank you so much for the love, Zach. Zach says, my question for every Trump supporter is how many more dollars in your bank account? Negate 34 felonies and grape. That's a great question, Zach, but he's also terrible for the economy. But I do appreciate you for the love, Zach. Everybody, seriously, please show some love. I'd also like to say, if you're watching over on YouTube and you want to support me, please first consider supporting me through Venmo or PayPal in the pinned message. I learned yesterday that if you super chat to me on YouTube off of a computer, they take 30%, and if you do it off of an iPhone, they take 60%. But I do really appreciate everyone so much for the love. I'd also like to thank Ghost for the 10, Yuri with the 10, and Jonathan with the 20. Thank you so much, you guys. Go ahead, man.
Okay, so this is my last point. So we
Carissa
both
and Katie,
agreed.
thank you for the $5, and Eli with the $5
Oh my
as
God,
well. And then Damien with the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, Damien. Shout out, Damien. Go ahead.
it's disrespectful. But so we both agree that American market's the best market in the world, right? Can
By
we
like
agree on that?
when you, well, I mean, it depends on the metric. Like GDP,
Best
obviously,
consumer, best consumer, best market, whatever. So it is the best market.
best market for the
So if
consumers.
you
It depends on the metric that you evaluate it from.
oh,
Like
oh,
in a sense of
what
like economic mobility, no. In a sense of like quality of life, I'd probably beg to differ. But if you just want to say it's like a best consumer market since like the richest economy in the sense of overall GDP growth, I mean,
yes,
sure.
yes, yeah, it has the highest GDP.
Yeah, there you
So
go.
if you force these companies to, if you make it unaffordable for these companies to build factories abroad and produce stuff abroad, and you force them to build in the US, or else it's going to be, they're not going to make a revenue off it. They will invest in the US because they'll be forced to make stuff in the US if you make it unaffordable to make it abroad. That's just the truth.
Actually, no, I beg to differ. That's false for 99% of companies. 99% of companies would prefer to rather just have the importer pay the tariff or increase their profit margins, or sorry, increase the price of their good, than relocate production means to like the continental U.S. The reason why that is the case is because it A, costs billions of dollars to build new production plants in America, and B, I mean, we know that these tariffs are going to be temporary. We see bipartisan support to take them down, so I mean, they're going to be gone and they're just going to wait it out. But like you are going to see like 1% of companies that are going to build more companies here, more production plants here. A good example of this is like John Deere. John Deere was starting to close down like manufacturing plants in America, but they still had like the locations already built. And when Donald Trump implemented the tariffs on them, they were like, oh, I guess we're going to stay since we already have the means in America to do it. But I mean, I feel as if like the additional manufacturing provided by the plants of the 1% of companies that will come to America is negated via like the recession that we're going to be sent in because of a reduction in consumer spending and confidence, and definitely like the suffering of the average quality of life of American as a result of the tariffs. But all right, man, I do
And,
appreciate
and
you
I get
joining
your
us.
point that they're just going to increase the price rather than just change the production means. I
That's going
get
to be true
that
for
point.
99 out of 100
And,
companies.
and that's why I do agree with some subsidies to maybe help them produce factories in the US. You're going to have to need a mix of subsidies and tariffs to help produce stuff in the US. But for me, the whole reason why I'm all this, I think it's so critical for us to produce stuff is because I just think if you look at the Russian and Ukrainian war, the big difference is
Okay.
manufacturing
All right.
and cheap
Well,
oil.
I've already kind of responded to that. Like once again, the position is clear: is that I don't think that tariffs, in the sense that Donald Trump implemented them, will lead to long-term production. But yeah, I appreciate you for coming up, man, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You are a very smart guy, I gotta admit. But it was nice debating you.
Yeah,
Hopefully I did that. Hopefully I did
I
decent.
will say you're like more intelligent than like the average Trump supporter that comes up here, but I do think that your intelligence is misdirected, and I feel like you could apply it significantly better by not defending like one of the worst policies that we've seen set foot in our federal government in modern American history. But I mean, I hope that you take that as like a compliment, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day. What's going on, Sensible? Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, bro.
Awesome. Before we hop into our discussion here, real quick, I'd like to thank H for the $5 over on PayPal and Eli with the $5 on PayPal as well. And if you're one of the 9.7 thousand people watching the stream on TikTok, make sure to hit that follow button. Make sure you're spamming the likes, as well as Gabriella. Thank you for the $5 on PayPal. And yeah, go ahead and spam MAGA down below in that comment section if you do want to come up and debate. Honestly, at this point, I think I'm going to fill the panel of Trump supporters and try to do like a 1v6. So that'll be a whole lot of fun. But anyway, Sensible, I am going to go ahead and get some other Trump supporters up here. But in the meantime, go ahead and take it away.
Okay, well, I'm going to start off by saying I don't agree with the tariffs. They kind of bug me. I didn't expect that, but
Oh,
the
wait,
reason I
I'm so
agree
sorry.
with Trump.
I got to ask you real quick. What time is it?
What?
What time is it?
It's 4 p.m.
4 p.m. with Stadion?
I'm in Maine.
You're in Maine? What's the capital of Maine?
My fault, gang. I'm not even American.
Well, hey, man, hey, I know. But before I kick you and move on here, I will say you got the time right for the time zone of Maine. That's impressive.
Yeah, I know this. I know the times.
That's very impressive.
Yeah, my
man.
fault.
That's very impressive. I will say that is very impressive. I could not tell you what time it is right now in London, but you could tell me what time it is in Maine. I'm impressed. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest here. Guys, go ahead and spam MAGA down below in that chat if you support Trump and you want to come up and debate. How did he know that? I mean, that is like really impressive niche knowledge to possess. I'm surprised. Okay. All right, guys, we're going to go to get that next guest up here. Everyone, just give us a minute. Joanne, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Joanne. Everybody, please show some love to Joanne down below in that comment section. And Alejandro for the $10 on PayPal. W Joanne, W Alejandro. Guys, thank you so much. And then Linda with the $20 donation on PayPal as well. W Linda, W Joanne, and W Alejandro. You guys are based. Real quick, before we talk to Brian, if you're watching the stream, you like what you see, and you want to support me to keep the studio running for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. 100% of the proceeds go to me over there. Same thing on YouTube. If you want to support me, please first consider supporting me on Venmo or PayPal, because YouTube takes 30 to 60% of the super chats. But super chats are also a very viable means to support. Anyways, what's up, Brian? Do you support Trump?
What's going on? Yo,
Do you support Trump?
I do.
All right, go ahead and tell us why you support Mr. Liberation Day.
I like that he is trying to make abortion illegal, and I also agree with them tariffs.
Okay. Well, let's talk about abortion first. We've been talking about tariffs a lot today. Real quick, just how old are you?
What's that?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
18. What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. All right. You like that he wants to make abortion illegal. Okay.
Yeah.
Tell us why you think elective lethal abortions are wrong.
Well, I think it's like killing a human being.
Well, it is killing
It's
a
just the
human
same.
being. Do you think killing a human being is always wrong?
It depends on the circumstance.
Well, if it's
If there's
circumstantial, what
war-
makes it wrong in the
There's war,
circumstance?
but that's an innocent child. That's a baby. Innocent.
Do you think killing an innocent human being is always wrong?
Yes.
Okay, so do you think that doctors that pull the plug on brain dead patients in the hospital are serial killing murderers since they're killing innocent human beings?
Well, that's the thing. Brain dead people have a 0 chance of ever regaining consciousness. That is completely up to the family.
Smart guy. You want to know why I call you smart?
What's that?
Because you just told me implicitly that you don't attribute moral value to a human that's alive, because although they may not ever have consciousness again, they're still a human that's alive, but you rather attribute moral value to consciousness. That's why I'm pro-choice, man. The fetus doesn't gain the ability to deploy any level of subjective experiences or quote-unquote consciousness until around 20 weeks, which means I don't value it before, because just like you, I don't really attribute any moral value merely to a human that's alive. Also, I know that my chat's saying that you didn't vote. You didn't vote, right? Like you turned 18 after the election.
No, I did not vote.
Yeah,
I
that's
did
fine.
not vote.
Guys, it has been months and months and months since the election. At this point, I'm down to talk
Yeah,
to
I turned
anybody.
18 in February.
Yeah, at this point, I'm down to just talk to anybody that supports Trump. I think it's time we move on from just talking to people that voted for him. But yeah, go ahead. Feel free to give that a response.
And what was your question or your statement?
Yeah, no, because I asked you like why you think abortion's wrong. You're like, well, killing an innocent human being is always wrong. And then I
Right.
asked you, is it like wrong to pull the plug on a brain dead patient? And you were like, no, because they aren't conscious, they will never be able to deploy consciousness again. I then clapped. I called you a smart person, and the reason I called you a smart person is because implicitly you did concede there that you don't attribute any value to human life on its own, but rather you only attribute moral value to human life and consciousness, which is the same as me, which is why I'm pro-choice. I don't value the fetus until 20 to 24 gestational weeks because I don't value human life on its own. I only value it when it gains the ability to deploy any level of subjective experiences. So that's why your logic entails the pro-life worldview.
Well, the thing is about that is a baby who is, in the womb, they actually are growing. They are actively growing, and like
Yeah, they're growing
I-
on a
I
cellular
believe
level.
that
So
that
is a
is-
brain dead patient.
no.
Yes.
Yes, on the outside. but
Brain
they
dead
are
patients
completely
have cellular
out there.
reproduction. I want to make that clear.
They are not there though. They are brain dead. have a
They don't
zero
have any
chance of
ability to
ever
deploy any
growing.
level of consciousness, just like the fetus before 20 weeks. Yeah.
It is completely different because they have a zero chance of ever regaining consciousness. They are not there.
Oh, so you're
baby has a
rather saying
chance
that you
of
value the
becoming
fetus
something.
because it's going to have a chance for consciousness in the future?
Repeat that?
You're saying that the fetus is valuable because it has a chance for consciousness in the future?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't think that we should ever grant rights to something based upon what they'll have in the future. And I can explain to you why, but first let me make sure I understand your argument correctly. You're saying that consciousness equals right to life or moral value. Fetus has a potentiality to have consciousness in the future, therefore we should extend them that right now, correct?
Correct. I mean, they should have their rights, right?
Okay, can I tell you the
And that's
logical
like
issue
killing
with
a-
your
That's
position?
like killing a baby.
I'm going to tell you the issue with your position. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Does being 18 give you the right to consent to sex?
Yeah.
Does a 10-year-old have the potentiality to be 18 in the future?
Well, they're going to be 18 in the future.
Just like the fetus is going to be conscious in the future, right? So if that means that we should extend the fetus the right to life because of their future consciousness, should we extend the 10-year-old the right to consent to sex because of their future 18-year-oldness? No. We should
is
wait until they're
completely-
actually 18, just like
You're
we should wait
talking
until the
about an
fetus is
underage
actually
kid
conscious.
Having underage sex with whom? Another kid, or you gotta be more specific here, because are you saying?
Okay,
that-
well then don't decide. I'd stop talking. TikTok to us are gonna go wild on this conversation.
Well, I don't know what you're saying. You're confusing me now.
Okay, I need to find a way to describe it to you without like getting the life taken down. Hey, real quick, I'm sorry, dude. I can't risk it. The TikTok TOS, they're literally so strict. There was like a couple words that he said there that I wish I could have continued that conversation, but I gotta err on the side of caution to protect the stream, you guys. I have to err on the side of caution to protect the stream. Dude, like I'm telling you, bro, like the TOS of TikTok is terrible. But hey, man, I will say if you're watching the stream and the stream does get taken down, the first thing you should go do is to go to the link tree in my bio, head over to the YouTube stream, because that stream never gets taken down. But we're going to go to get that next guest up in the box right now. If you're in that queue, make sure that you voted for Trump. And if you want to come up here and debate, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat. Go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat while we get that next guest up here, y'all. Real quick, let's also make sure that we're double tapping to get up to 2 million likes, everybody. Make sure that we're double tapping to get up to 2 million likes. We're going to get the next guest, Alexander, up on the stream. Real quick, Janel, thank you for the $10. I'm going to go ahead and call you Jay because
How
I
did
don't...
you like the post that I sent you a video that you deleted? Do
'Cause
you want me
I'm-
to do that again?
Does anybody know what he said? I couldn't understand him. Jay, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Jay. I do really appreciate it. Jay says, please keep cooking. These MAGA supporters they're ruining our country. Thank you for the love, Jay. I do really appreciate you so much for the donation. That's incredibly kind. And I will never stop cooking the Trump supporters. You know it. Go ahead and let me know down below in that chat if you're MAGA. We're going to go to get you up here for a conversation. We got Tristan loading in. I think he said something about like botting a video. What's going on, Tristan? How old are you?
Hey man, 27.
27. Did you vote for Trump?
Yep.
Perfect. Before we hop into a discussion, I really have to thank the only for the $55 and the 55 cents on Venmo. Holy crap, the Oni. Thank you so much for the love, the only. The only says Gen X to Gen Z, much respect. Keep educating, Dean. You were so kind. Thank you, the only. I want to see 500, the only W's down below in that chat. And then also Jada with the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. You are so incredible. You are so incredible. And then also, let's see what else here. I'm actually pretty sure that sums it up pretty well. All right, take it away. Tell us why you support the president.
Hey, man. I mean, he is kind of showing everything that's going wrong, you know?
Well, yeah, by doing the wrong things. Whoa, there's so much background noise here, man. Can we stop? You're like rubbing your phone on a billion things, and it's creating a lot of feedback.
Oh, that's weird. It should be going off my mic.
Okay.
Is it better now?
Yeah. Just make sure like the bottom of your phone isn't rubbing on anything. Lux, thank you for the galaxy. It's still doing
cool.
it, man.
Still doing it? What do you mean?
Your mic is rubbing on something.
Oh, it must be my headphones then. Give me a second.
Okay. All right. In the meantime, you guys make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. If you want to support. Yeah, sounds better now. Anyways, so you told us that you support the president because he's exposing the things that are going wrong. Well, I mean, of course he is because he's exposing what he's doing. Like the major issues with our government right now are completely Donald Trump, his administration, and everything they're doing, right?
Yeah, but like, why didn't Obama change any of that? Why didn't Biden change any of that? Why didn't we actually address any of the issues that caused him to be elected?
Well, I mean, 35% of respondents to exit polls following the 2024 election indicated that the reason they voted for Trump was because of inflation in our country in the last 4 years that wasn't caused by the presidency of Biden and Harris, but rather the pandemic. And if anything, the Biden and Harris presidency did the best job out of any leadership in the G7 at responding to said inflation. So, like, what issues persisted under the Biden-Harris administration that they didn't fix that caused people to vote for Trump that he fixed?
Well, I mean, it's not so much that he can fix them. It's that he shows that they are there and no one, even the Democrats, are trying to change them, right?
Like what issues specifically?
Well, like Citizens United, right?
Can you repeat that for me? I'm not sure.
Like Citizens United?
What is Citizens United?
Oh, you don't know?
No.
Oh, yeah. It was a Supreme Court precedent that was passed in like 2011 that allowed corporations to act as people. And so any person can receive an infinite amount of money from super PACs regardless, because they can't say that those companies are going to be restricted in their speech, and their speech is money.
Okay, so this sounds pretty garbage. I agree with you, that's bad. And why did this make you vote for the guy that has the most billionaires on his cabinet compared to any other president we've ever had serve our country?
Well, it's not so much that he can actually do anything about it, right? He's just more so demonstrating that no one's done anything about it.
Okay, so basically actually, I've never heard Donald Trump speak about Citizens United, or I would know what Citizens United is.
Well, did you ever follow the 2016 election?
I mean, kind of. I was 12 though, as much as a 12-year-old could follow it.
Gotcha. Have you ever like read up on like what happened there?
I mean, all that I know is 2016. Bernie ran, got scrapped by the Democrats. Kind of pissed me off. They ran Hillary and she lost.
Yeah, so like in that debate when Hillary was going against Trump,
I'm sorry, I just don't see the relevance. What's one reason why Trump was a better presidential candidate than Kamala Harris, or what's one good like policy / executive order he signed into law since his presidency started?
Well, I mean, one great reason that he was a better candidate than Kamala Harris was that he was actually elected in the Democratic way of actually asking the people who they wanted their candidate to be for their party, and then they voted him in.
Okay, so you're saying because Kamala Harris didn't undergo the primary procedures associated with the DNC, that therefore he was a better candidate than her. So first and foremost, I mean, I don't know why like Republicans are still using this argument when it's so easily disputed. So the DNC and the RNC are private political parties that have nothing to do with any function of the American democracy or the American government at all. Not to mention that she actually did follow the procedures of the DNC. She wasn't merely just platformed as a candidate. She had to be voted in by over half of the DNC delegates, just like Trump, just like Biden, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Not to mention that even if she wasn't, and she was installed in a candidate, that wouldn't be an argument that she was therefore worse than Trump. And if you do care about legitimate problems with the American democracy and tax upon it, then I feel as if Trump would be the last president you'd ever want to vote for, because he literally tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election, which was the biggest internal attack on the American democracy since the Civil War. He quite literally tried to silence... No, it's not a pivot. It's conceptually relevant in the sense that I explain your qualms with the primary processes as they apply to Kamala Harris. I explained how that is not an infringement or a violation upon the American democracy and how she did follow the rules of the DNC as well as the RNC. But then I did go on to explain how this sentiment would actually lead you to having a very strong red line against Trump as he launched the biggest internal attack on the American democracy since the Civil War when he tried to steal the election from Biden in 2020.
Okay, you're talking about the false elector scheme, right?
Yeah.
And why didn't that work?
Why didn't it work? Well, it didn't work for like many reasons, but the biggest one was that Mike Pence just straight up refused to either feign ignorance and push the vote to the House or just certify the fake ballots in Congress on his own. So like the big reason is Mike Pence. And I mean, what did like Donald Trump call Mike Pence after that? A traitor, right?
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, I mean, I guess I'll have to concede that point to you. So, like, if he was trying to overthrow the election, then, like, why didn't the Senate convict him of anything?
Well, actually, they tried. So there was 2 indictments brought forth by Jack Smith. The first indictment was thrown out because they didn't think that you could impeach somebody that was president but isn't president now. So the first failed because the Senate which just straight up didn't know that they could impeach a former president. And then the second indictment failed because Donald Trump had won the presidency and fired Jack Smith before the indictment was over. But like none of these things matter because he admitted to it. I mean, he admitted to it in the indictment in Congress and to the Supreme Court. He said that he did try to rig the outcome in 2020, but it was only to verify the authentic outcome of the election because remember, he still thinks that Biden stole it from him and that he should have presidential immunity from any indictment or charges.
Yeah, okay, so, like, you're basically saying that he was unable to get enough people in the Senate to go against him, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because he admitted to trying to rig it. He did. He literally admitted.
Well, I mean, you can admit it to a crime unless you're convicted of that crime. It's not going to change anything.
So I'm arguing that he tried to steal the election from Biden. Are you trying to argue that Donald Trump admitting to trying to steal the election from Biden isn't enough evidence?
I mean, I think it's a bad thing. It's just not enough evidence to say someone did a crime, right? You can say that someone admitted to stealing something, but unless the court convicts them of stealing that thing, then they're not going to be charged.
So I want to clarify. Do you think that Donald Trump is a rapist?
No.
If Donald Trump walked up to you tomorrow and told you that he did rape E. Jean Carroll, would you believe him?
Sure.
Okay, so you do think that Donald Trump admitting to a crime is sufficient reason to believe that he committed that crime?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so Donald Trump
Doing
admitted to trying
a
to steal the
thing and
election
being
from
convicted
Biden.
of a thing are two different things, right?
So him admitting to
Can I
that
ask you a
thing is
question?
enough
Do
to believe that he
people
admitted
who,
that thing.
go
No,
into,
don't pivot,
like,
don't
legal-
pivot, don't pivot, because you just affirmed that if Donald Trump told you that he raped E. Jean Carroll, you'd believe that he raped E. Jean Carroll. So Donald Trump did tell you that he tried to steal the election from Biden in 2020. So why don't you believe that he tried to steal the election from Biden in 2020? Feel free to unmute, man.
Sorry about that.
So you told me that if Donald Trump...
I would say that Donald Trump... I would say that Donald Trump tried to steal the election in 2020, just like Al Gore would have tried to steal the election in 2000, right?
Nope. Not wrong. I could tell you why you're wrong.
Why?
Because Al Gore and Hillary Clinton both took the proper legal channels to contest the outcome of the 2000 and 2016 presidential elections. In the sense of Al Gore, it made it all the way up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court told him that he was wrong and he dropped it. But what did Donald Trump do? He didn't take the proper legal channels. The first thing he did after Biden won was he went to Bill Barr, the head of the DOJ, and told him to falsely announce widespread voter fraud. Okay, then half of the DOJ threatened to resign if Bill Barr did it, so Bill Barr stepped down. And then Donald Trump sent fake slates of electors to 7 different key swing states with fake votes, all right, to send back to Congress. And we even have the emails from the governor's office of these states describing that those are not real votes, those are fake votes. And then he tried to pressure Mike Pence into certifying them as real in Congress, all right? And then the plan fell through because Mike Pence won it, and then Donald Trump called him a patriot. All right. So there's a really big difference. I hate when people make this equivocation. Al Gore and Hillary took the proper legal channels. Donald Trump just literally tried to rig it and steal it outside of the proper legal channels.
Okay. So, I mean, if we're trying to say that he was ineligible for running for president again, then
That's not what I
how
said.
is he eligible for running for president again?
I actually didn't make that argument because the indictment in Congress fell through. He is legally eligible to run for president. I merely made the argument that the big reason you told me you supported Donald Trump over Kamala Harris was because you perceive Kamala Harris to provide some threat to the democracy. I explained to you how you're wrong, and how Donald Trump has poised himself as the largest threat to the American democracy since the Civil War, and you don't care. So it's just a very hypocritical double standard.
Well, I guess if I were to refine my point there, it would be that Kamala Harris actually didn't provide anything that anyone asked for. And that's why she got like 1% of the vote in the 2020 election.
No, she got 1% of the vote in the 2020 election because she dropped to join Biden's campaign. That was the best decision made by any candidate in the primary election in 2020. And then I also have no clue why we're talking about 2020 and not 2024. Her policy in 2024 was exorbitantly better than Trump's.
Okay, like what's one policy that you think that Trump doesn't have that isn't supported by the American people? Like 80 million people voted for him, right?
Oh,
That's
like
how
you're
the
asking me
elections
for
work.
one. You just want me to name one policy that Trump didn't have that the average American wants?
Yeah.
Sure. Housing affordability policy, healthcare policy, economic policy that actually helps people making under $395,000 per year.
But isn't that how the election works? Like, if you get what you vote for, and the majority of the people, popular vote, voted for Trump, therefore his policies are de facto, quote unquote, better because the American people said so. No, is that not how democracy works?
I'm not sure that's how it works. Are you ready for me to dispute your position?
Go for it.
Who is the better presidential candidate in 2020?
Who was the better presidential candidate in 2020?
Yeah.
Joe Biden.
Who was the better presidential candidate in 2016?
Trump.
Who was a better presidential candidate in 2012?
That'd be Obama.
So you just think whoever wins the election was the best candidate?
That's how the elections work, no?
So no, I think that sometimes the worst candidate can win an election. Do you think that Hitler was better than whoever he ran against in the democratic elections in Germany in early 20th century?
Well, now it sounds like you're trying to make like a better as in like a qualitative normative form where you're saying better is like good and
Oh, well, I'm not making a normative claim. I'm making a descriptive claim. His policy leads to worse descriptive outcomes, empirically speaking.
Well, I mean,
why are you throwing words around?
Hitler was the better candidate in so much that he got voted for, right?
Okay, so I don't understand why Trump supporters do this. I'm pretty sure it's at this point when you just recognize that you've lost the debate, because now you are completely reframing the conversation and you're saying that, well, qualitatively speaking, the better candidate is whoever wins, because more people agree with their proposed platform. So, first point, I'd actually beg to differ. I think that the average American is incredibly susceptible to political propaganda and not educated on candidates' platforms. So if anything, there's a veil of ignorance in which you are not assuming to be the case that is present. And then B, I mean, it's just a shit argument because it leads you to conclusions like the one you just yielded. You just said that Mustache Man was a better candidate. We're talking about who's going to do better for the American people. Obviously, Donald Trump is an indefensible candidate insofar as his treatment towards not only the American people, but people from other countries and the global human population at that. And that's abundantly clear through the policy that he ran on the election and the policy that he's implemented since he's been in office.
So you're saying that if a president has bad outcomes, then they are a bad president, right?
I'd argue that a bad president is anybody who has more bad outcomes than good outcomes. Yeah. I'd argue that a bad presidential candidate.
Would you think that Obama is a bad president?
I'm not too familiar with the policy under Obama's presidency, as I was very young at the time.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's okay. If you're talking about a veil of ignorance.
Could you tell me one good policy he's passed so far?
I was commenting on the fact that you were saying a veil of ignorance.
And I'm asking you to name one good policy that Donald Trump has passed too far, because you're trying to be a debate bro instead of using your brain. Like, obviously, when I'm asking you why you support Trump.
So I am a boy and therefore debating, so I'm a debate bro. Sure.
No, you're telling me that Donald Trump is a better candidate because he won the election.
So
if Kamala Harris won the election, would you be supporting Kamala Harris?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so if you were alive during Andrew Jackson's presidency, you would have supported Andrew Jackson?
in so much that he's our president, and I'm going to support the president of our nation.
I wouldn't support Andrew Jackson.
Well, probably because you're going to say something about the normative claims of like the Indians or like slavery, right?
Indians. Well, I mean, I think it's appropriate to call Indigenous Americans just that, Indigenous Americans. But yeah,
Well, I know
I don't
Indians,
think
and they
I'd,
prefer
I don't,
Indians,
I don't
but-
think I'd. Okay, man. Well, on my live, I think that we call Indigenous Americans Indigenous Americans.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'd support Andrew Jackson. And like, obviously, this is just like the weakest cop out ever. Like, do you think that you're like making a good argument right now?
Well, you're asking me
Because
to,
like your response to the prompt above my head when I'm saying why do you support Trump, you're basically just saying that you support him because he's the president, and you'd support all presidents, even presidents that like genocided millions of Indigenous Americans. Just because they're the president of America, they have your support. Okay, well, I'm looking to talk to people that think he's doing a good job. Do you think that Trump's doing a good job? How about that? Maybe that's the right question to ask you. Is Trump doing a good job? Go ahead and unmute, Tristan. While he's unmuting, Toya, thank you so much for the $20 super chat over on YouTube saying, hey, Dean, I'm back. Go get some Oreos with this. Dude, I will. I love Oreos. Thank you, Toya. 200 Toya W's. Thank you so much. And then also Elizabeth with the $10 on Venmo saying, thank you for your awesome work. Well, thank you so much for the kind comment, as well as the $10, Elizabeth. W Elizabeth down below. And then Courtney with the $5 on Venmo saying, keep cooking. I'll never stop. And then also, oh my God, Kelvin with the $40 on PayPal saying, proud of your commitment to humanity. Kelvin, that is literally so kind. 400 Kelvin W's down below. 400 Kelvin W's down below. And then Ryan with the $25 on PayPal saying, keep cooking these fools. I'll never stop, Ryan. I love you. Huge W Kelvins and huge W Ryans. And oh my God, Amanda with the $100 on PayPal. 1,000 Amanda W's. Oh my God. Amanda says not to read for live, but I will not read that on live. And I just read your message. I love you so much, Amanda. Thank you so much for the $100. That is literally so kind. You don't know how far that goes, or I do not deserve that. You are so generous and kind. Everybody, please show some love to Amanda, Kelvin, and Ryan down below in the chat. You guys are literally so fucking kind. Oh my God. Thank you guys so much. Huge shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for all the donations today, you guys. You guys are phenomenal. I love y'all so very, very much. Tristan, I'm going to go and give you an opportunity to unmute your mic here. It doesn't really sound like you are. But then also to everybody watching, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen. It really helps us get more debates in here. And then also, you guys, TikTok loves to take my stream downs. I mean, we typically get taken down like once or twice a day. I'm just going to tell you now, like when, not if, but when the stream gets taken down, to go to the link tree in my bio and go to the YouTube stream, because that stream never gets taken down. When I'm live on TikTok, I'm also live on YouTube. That's the best place to go when we get a TikTok ban. What's up, Casey? Did you vote for Trump?
So I recently turned 18, like someone like 2 turns ago.
Yeah, it's fine.
But,
Do you support Trump?
No, but I had a question.
I'm so sorry. We are just looking to debate people that do support Trump, everybody. We're going to move on to the next guest. I'd heavily implore you to go ahead and join my Discord. And yeah, we'll have a conversation in there. Martina, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo saying keep stomping on them. I'll never stop, Martina. Thank you for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Huge W's for Martina down below in that chat. Huge W's for Martina down below in that chat. And go ahead and drop a MAGA in that live chat on TikTok right now. If you want to come up here and debate me, we have over 10,000 people in the room. And it is so hard to find anybody that is willing to come up here and have a conversation. It is so incredibly hard, chat. We got Mr. Will loaded in right now. Hello, Will. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, Dean.
Okay, Will, how old are you, man?
I'm 30 years old.
You're 30 years old. So why do you support Trump?
I'll give a little bit of background. I guess I'm not your typical Trump supporter. I wasn't born in this country, but I'm American now. Graduated with my degree in finance. I spent a time working for the Federal Reserve. And for me, my feelings, I still support him. I think he's got a great opportunity to change things for the better. For me initially, I think with the renegotiation of USMCA, he touched upon something that wasn't talked about. Like tariffs aren't the only obstacle to
There's other
international.
barriers to trade. Yeah.
Yeah. And for example,
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
yes, go ahead.
Did you agree with his renegotiation of the USMCA?
Initially, I was a bit dubious. I thought NAFTA was pretty good, but
Oh, well, that's fine too. You just
yeah,
agree with trade agreements, right?
I do. Yeah,
Okay. You're
but
you're a finance major, so you already know exactly where I'm going with this.
I know.
Basically, what you're telling me right now is that when we reduce tariffs on other countries, it's good. But apparently, when Trump increases tariffs on every other country in the world, that's also good. That's a contradiction, Andrew.
Um, when Joe Biden implemented tariffs, there was a common refrain where he said, "We're going to, have a small yard with a large, tall fence." And I think for critical industries, it is important to have some sort of protections in the form of tariffs, which is what I hoped he would do. Limited tariffs to protect critical industries like shipbuilding
Yeah.
and defense.
Mm-hmm.
With the renegotiation of the USMCA, you had Mexico, even though they ostensibly do not have tariffs against the United States, they used the inspection regime to turn away a lot of U.S. farm goods that were coming into Mexico that under the renegotiated NAFTA should not have been subject to tariffs, but then they would claim things like there's pests in our potatoes or pests that already existed within the Mexican
So you don't like
market.
it when our president when our president makes decisions that make other countries turn away our goods?
Well, Dean, I think it wasn't brought up before Donald Trump did.
Dude, you're a smart guy. You're a smart guy. You know exactly why I said that. You know, you're a smart guy, man. And yes, it was brought up before the election. Actually, we've known that he wanted to implement blanket tariffs on all goods imported into America since August of last year. But like seemingly, like the sentiments that you're kind of describing to me right now would indicate that you don't support Trump today. I mean, like even if you think that some critical industries should be safeguarded by tariffs on goods from other countries to protect those critical industries, well, I mean, I think that we could agree that the implementation of the blanket tariffs on all goods imported into America from every other country on the face of planet Earth, including like non-inhabited islands, actually hurts those critical industries. I mean,
Well,
think about it. Like these critical industries, they need support, they need confidence, they need investment. $2 trillion were wiped off of the American markets, stock markets
yes.
yesterday. These critical industries need to be able to export their goods to other countries to keep themselves alive. And I think that even like you agreed to that when you told us that you didn't like the renegotiation of the USMCA that led to Mexico rejecting a lot more goods from America. Well, what happens when we implement blanket tariffs on every other country in the world? All of a sudden we start trade wars with every other country on the face of Earth. So can you at least admit that at this point that Donald Trump's policy is doing more harm than good now and in the long term?
Well, I am struggling to understand what the strategy is here. I wonder, and I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt that this is a negotiation tactic like we used with Canada and Mexico, and
What does it
that these
mean?
won't be permanent.
I need the meme. I need the meme. I need the meme. I need the
Um,
meme. What is that one
Well,
meme?
and let me respond to your point about those
Okay.
islands too. So tariffs were implemented on those islands because a lot of companies
Shell
were putting
companies?
their business operating address on those islands, even though it was uninhabited, as a way to get around some of the tariff regimes.
Yeah,
So
I think
I
I
want to
think I
bring
saw
up
that
that
somewhere
point.
elsewhere. I mean,
Um,
I just thought it was funny, not super bad.
no, I understand. When he initially did the tariffs in his first term, it did seem to be a negotiation tactic. And you're right, I didn't initially support the renegotiation of NAFTA, but what came as a result was pretty much identical almost, except for a new emphasis
Wait,
on
I have a
getting
question. Please stop
trade
talking.
barriers.
Everybody in my chat
Okay.
is saying that you're a liberal.
Why did they say I'm a liberal?
Yeah,
What?
I mean, because I mean, you just don't seem to really be telling me why you support Trump, but like reposts. Apparently, you have a lot of
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
larping.
Like I said,
You're
I did
larping.
vote for him, but I'm struggling now. And like I said, I'm not from the United States originally.
He has liberal reposts. Hey, Will,
Yeah.
you're a smart guy. You're gonna be all right. Just I'd say that invest more time into looking at what Trump is doing. You've already done the research. I mean, you told me that you're a finance major. You're talking like you're a really intelligent guy. I'm not even going to tell you to go do more research. I'm just going to tell you to listen to what Trump is saying and to watch what Trump is doing. And I
All right.
think that in 2028 that you're going to be voting blue all the way. But I hope that you have a good rest of your day, man.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
And I'm pretty sure that sentiment's going to be true for a lot of people. You know, like a lot of people aren't even going to need to do more research to become more politically informed. They're just going to have to listen to what he's saying and watch what he's doing. Andrew, what's up, man? You vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Why's that?
I mean, look at 2016. I mean, you don't agree that he did a good job on that?
Wait, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that for me?
Like, you don't like what he did in 2016? Like, how safe our country was?
I don't think that his first presidency was good. I thought that his first presidency was a failure, yeah.
Can you explain that to me?
Well, I thought that it was a failure because his economic policy cost $2 trillion, disproportionately benefit rich people, and only increase our GDP by $6 billion per year. I thought that it was a failure because he implemented no effective policy for the border. And I thought that his first presidency was a failure because other economic policies, such as the tariffs he imposed on China, only bankrupted American farmers, blew up in our face. But I don't understand why we're talking about his first presidency when we could be talking about what he's been doing for the last 2 months.
Okay, so what, you think the stock market crash is such a terrible thing right now?
Do I think like the negative
as of
economic
right now.
implications in the American stock markets caused by his policy is bad? I do.
And you think that's because of the tariffs?
Yeah, I think that we could attribute a lot of the
So you
failures
think-
in the stock
you think,
market
uh,
since his administration has started to his tariffs. Yeah.
40% tariff on us, and we should only have a 2% on them.
Who has a 40% tariff on us?
So like China, like literally everyone that has a high tariff on us, so we should only be giving them a 2% when they have a high tariff on us.
Are you pulling the like percentage of tariffs that other countries have on us from that sheet that Donald Trump posted on social media?
I'm talking about in general. I mean, you can.
I mean, are you pulling those numbers from like the
No,
spreadsheet?
No, not even that. No.
No? Okay. Well, I mean, I thought I'd make it clear that the spreadsheet that Donald Trump has been flying around social media about the reciprocal tariffs, like the category where it talks about the tariffs that other countries have imposed on us, those just straight up are not the fucking tariffs. That's a calculation of our trade deficit.
Okay, I mean, you can look on anywhere. I mean, obviously, everywhere else has a higher tariff on us because they
No,
depend on.
wrong. Not let's talk about the first country imposed tariffs on, Canada. No, Canada doesn't tariff anything that America
The whole
exports
point
to
of
them.
tariff is that it should be like an even playing field. I mean, everyone should have an even tariff. If you want a low tariff, you put a low tariff on us, bro.
So I'm going to go to repeat what I just said. Canada has no tariffs that they implement and charge American exporters for. Why are we tariffing them?
They did have a tariff on us. What are you talking about?
No, wrong. The
They're just
system
gonna
of
have
tariffs
real-
for U.S. imports into Canada. Andrew, why are you freaking out? What are you saying?
I said you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You're looking at like, and you talk about like the border shit. Like, look under Biden. Like, look at all the.
Whoa,
fucking-
why are you pivoting from tariffs to border? Could I at least finish fleshing out my point? And if I have no clue what I'm talking about, you should be able to easily dispute me.
What?
You just said that I have no clue what I'm talking about. So then let me say what I want, and if it's obviously wrong and I'm just abundantly incorrect, you should be able to dispute it, correct? Correct?
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
so.
Okay. Well, I mean, you've really placed a big burden upon your own shoulders now. I love it when my guests tell me that I have no clue what I'm talking about because it ends up backfiring in your face every fucking time. So I'm going to go ahead and give you my thoughts, and I want you to prove that I have no clue what I'm talking about. I made the claim that Canada has had no effective tariffs imposed on American imports, and you said I was wrong, told me that I had no clue what I'm talking about. So the system of tariffs in which Canada has had imposed on America is essentially the idea that we get to export whatever we want to Canada without tariffs unless we go above their quotas. Okay, as soon as we go above the quotas that Canada has placed on our exports to them, then we start paying tariffs. But America has never overgone those quotas, so we've never been charged those tariffs. But according to you, I have no clue what I'm talking about. Go ahead and take the mic and explain to me how I'm wrong, man, because I'm here for an education. You can't explain to me why I'm wrong when you're running, Andrew. I mean, that's certainly not going to work out in your favor. What'd I say? I guess I'm so far gone from reality. I've such a little clue of what I'm talking about that I just wasn't worth the doctor, PhD scientist's time. So he left. He has better places to spend his time. Isn't that right, chat? Isn't that right? He left, by the way. He left. He said, "You have no clue what you're talking about. I proved him wrong," and he ran. Julie, thank you for the whale dive. We're going to go ahead and get the next guest up here of your MAGA. Just go ahead and spam MAGA down below in that chat. Let me know and I'll get you up here. I'd also like to point out for the 11.1 thousand people in here, welcome in. I'm Dean Withers. I do these debates every day and we have some fun with it. Make sure that you're double tapping away in that phone screen and sharing this live out to a handful of friends. And then secondly, if this live does get taken down, it's not if it's a win because TikTok takes us down every day. The first thing you need to do is go to the link tree in the bio, go to my YouTube account. I'm live streaming over there right now with 2.3 thousand people. That is the very first thing that you need to do if this stream gets taken down. We're going to get that next guest up here. I would also like to say, if you'd like to support me, because you're enjoying what you're watching, you're enjoying the stream, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio and TikTok. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. They all go straight to me. And I could also give you a shout out, right? I'll get a notification on the top of my phone screen. I could give you a shout out, read your name and a message. You could also support me on Venmo and PayPal if you're watching over on YouTube. So yeah, we got our next guest, Mr. Harry, loading in. Harry actually left, he dipped. So continue to spam MAGA down below in that chat if you do want to come up here and join. Everybody just going to give us a minute to get that next guest up in here. It is hilarious that we have 11,000 people watching the live, and there's not one person that could tell me why they support the president. Isn't that nuts? D, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate that. And Audrey with a $50 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you for the love, Audrey. You are phenomenal. I want to see 500 W Audreys in that chat. Audrey says, happy Friday. Happy Friday to you as well, Audrey. Thank you so much for the love. That is so kind of you. I do not deserve that. I know that I say that every time, but it is so true. What is up, the mullet? Did you vote for Trump?
Hell yeah, man. We got to save the American economy.
Okay, phenomenal. There's one Trump supporter. Alex, what is up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 24.
24. All right, well, there's two. There's two. All right, let's go ahead and do a 2v1. And honestly, I'm just going to continue to let people up and up and up and up so we can hopefully have even more people on the live. I say we just get a conversation going here with as many Trump supporters as possible, honestly. Let's see who else we have here. It doesn't look like there's many other new people spamming MAGA in the chat. But go ahead and tell me why I should support Trump, you guys. Take it away.
Well, I mean, you just got to look where America has been heading since we've entered the global economy. You know, since we started doing all this free trade stuff, let's be real. Like, China just been taking advantage of us. They've taken all of our manufacturing jobs. The only people who have benefited from this plan have been college-educated people. Anybody who is under college-educated what are they going to do? Their wages have not kept up.
Okay, real quick. You said, well, let's look at what has happened to the American economy since we started engaging in global trade. Hey, so I have a question. Do you know when we started engaging in global trade?
I want to say it's around Nixon is when, like, the current...
No. So we switched from tariffs on all goods imported into America to tax for individuals inside of America in 1920, right before the Great Depression. I have a question. When was our economy better? During the Great Depression or under the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, obviously it's going to be Biden-Harris administration.
Okay,
but that's
so
also...
I mean, look at the direction of our economy since we started engaging in global commerce. Seems like we're doing pretty good.
Well, I guess, like, my problem isn't that our economy has been growing. It's more like it's been disproportionately helping certain people, like college-educated people, while people who don't get a college degree, they don't really have any jobs to turn to because all the manufacturing has been outsourced to China.
Okay, so your first claim there that, like, individuals with a college degree are going to make more in the course of their lifetime compared to individuals without a college degree on average, like, that's kind of the expectation of higher education. But I think the way that we solve that is just by making college free for everybody. Now, moving on to your second claim there that, well, we've had more and more production of goods exported to China. So we actually had more jobs overseas under Donald Trump's administration compared to Biden and Harris's. And that was including Donald Trump's imposition of tariffs on China. Tariffs on China have actually historically been a really bad thing for America because then China just turns around and just imposes tariffs right back on us. And then it hurts our workers, our industries. Do you know what happened when he imposed tariffs on China under his first administration?
Well, I think I know. Are you talking about with the farmers where the tariffs just led to them having to subsidize the farmers?
Yeah, we got royally fucked. American farmers went bankrupt. It was so bad he had to bail them out with $20 billion. And fun fact, he's actually planning to do the same thing this time around too.
Well, that's why we're doing the tariffs on almost everybody, because what happens is when you place tariffs on China, they just go and get another country to produce it, to get it imported into the U.S. and then avoid the tariff. So that's why we just got to do tariffs on everybody. You get me? Get
So
that manufacturing back.
I think it's funny because one thing you just said there gives us a lot of reason not to tariff every other country. You said, well, when we tariff China, they just get their goods that they would get from America from elsewhere. Yeah. So this demonstrates why the Prime Minister of Canada said that we are no longer the leader in global commerce, because when we isolate ourselves from global commerce, start trade wars with every other country on earth, well, then all of a sudden other countries become more reliant on other countries outside of the U.S., which hurts our manufacturing sector because everywhere else in the world is less reliant on our manufacturers. Exports plummet. We lose jobs. That's why companies like Stellantis are firing 900 employees. It's terrible. Right? But something else I'd like to add on here about his tariffs is they also have reciprocal effects on the American consumers, okay? We pay more for everything, okay? And American manufacturers suffer because then all of a sudden nobody wants to fucking invest in them because they can't export to any other countries and we're being blocked from global commerce and we have no clue what the long-term effects of these tariffs will be. And that's why we had like $3 trillion wiped out of American markets yesterday because everybody's confused days paying more for the bare necessities to live. It has no fucking clue on what's to come. It destroys American producers to impose tariffs on every other country in the world.
Well, it also hurts American workers when we don't impose the tariffs, because we got to get those manufacturing jobs back.
If you want more manufacturing in America, you subsidize corporate America. You give big companies money, if and only if they then turn around and spend that money on paying their employees more while increasing their productive capacities to make more goods for cheapers, to naturally price their goods back into the American market. So there's more of a reliance on those producers, meaning they got to go out and hire more Americans. That is the only effective way to implement any form of isolationist policy that will reap a total net benefit.
Well, I'm for subsidies too, but I think we got to do subsidies and tariffs, because we see what happened with Biden. You know, he put in the subsidies, the CHIPS Act, that barely did anything. You know, where are all these chips and manufacturing jobs?
Arizona. The answer to your question is Arizona.
They're taking so long, you know, to build these factories and everything. We got to make them do it right now.
People
are suffering right now.
Hey. You just made a really good point. Do you want to know why?
What's up?
You told me that it takes fucking forever for producers to build factories to manufacture in America, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's another reason why I disagree with tariffs. There's a bipartisan push against tariffs right now. The day Donald Trump's out of office is the day those tariffs goes away. If it takes like 2 to 5 years to build manufacturing plants in America, that means that 99.9% of these manufacturers outside of America won't do it. They'll wait the tariffs out and they'll either charge the importer the tariff or they will increase the price of the good on their end. And that's yet another reason why tariffs do not drive companies to move their manufacturing into America, at least 99% of the time.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, Alex, hop in here, man. It looks like he would like your support. What's the argument? Why should I support Trump? Please just give me one reason, man. I'm here to hear you guys out.
I'm gonna be honest, Dean. I have social anxiety. I'm not good in front of crowds, but
I get that, especially on lives, man. I remember the first time I joined a live with like 1,000 people in it. I was tripping. It was so scary. So I don't blame you for that, man. There's like 10.7 thousand people in here. In fact, I actually think that you're like, that's like the more rational reaction. And I think that people that come up here and are admittedly like nervous because they're in front of so many people and they might be wrong is like the more intelligent reaction. Like, I think that you're automatically more intelligent than the average guest that comes on the live just because you feel that way.
I've been watching you for a while. I definitely, I love to hear both sides play devil's advocate, but because of my social anxiety, I went ahead and just got a lot of key points with facts and stuff pulled up on my computer that I've written myself just so I can give them to you when you ask, kind of thing. But the reason I support Trump personally was the economic growth through tax cuts and how he plans to extend those from the TCJA signed in December 2017.
Would you agree that we should calculate economic growth as a result of tax cuts by an increase in the American GDP?
Yes.
So they did not cause that much economic growth. We have a study from two Harvard economists, one right-leaning, one left-leaning, and it's titled "The Impacts of the 2017 Tax Reform Bill." And the study indicated that it only led to an increase in the American GDP by 0.04%, or around $20 billion annually. Meanwhile, the bill cost $1.9 trillion for 10 years. So it was a very low ROI.
Okay. I did write down this about the economic boom before COVID. GDP growth exceeded 3% in 2018.
Yeah, but we can only attribute 0.04% of that to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Okay.
I don't know. I remember hearing that it was like 1% for the tax cuts, somewhere around that.
Well, I love your source, man.
Oh man, I don't remember. I think it's like it's like the Tax Foundation or something like that. They're like a nonpartisan, not for profit. I don't remember.
I don't think the Tax Foundation indicated that.
Man, I don't remember the source, but I remember being like 1% GDP.
Okay. If you guys care about GDP growth, why don't you both rescind your support for Donald Trump right now? Because he's literally barreling America towards a recession. Before his inauguration, the Atlanta Fed projected a 4% growth in the American GDP in the first financial quarter of 2025. Before Liberation Day, so the projections are only going to get worse. Before Liberation Day, the Atlanta Fed projected a negative 3.7% recess. He has decreased estimated GDP growth for the first financial quarter of this year by close to 8%. And that's before Liberation Day. It's only going to get worse when the Atlanta Fed runs their projections for the impacts after yesterday.
Well, this is all temporary, It's like short term loss for long term gain.
You only think that because that's what Trump said. You can never give me an actual argument to justify that.
Well, that's what his economists say,
Like which ones?
The guy that's the chair guy. I don't remember his name.
Oh, yeah, the guy that you don't remember his name. I think that you don't remember his name because I don't think he exists. All right. I would love you to try to justify that conclusion. If you can't be honest, then I'll stop pressing you on it. But I am going to press you until you concede. Tell me how Donald Trump's tariffs on all other countries in the world outside of Russia, for whatever fucking reason, will lead to long-term gain. Without just using baseless rhetoric, I want an actual argument.
Well, I would say a pretty important part of the policy with tariffs is that we're bringing in manufacturing, and that's going to help us in case if there's ever any national emergency.
We're not bringing in manufacturing during a recession, bud. We're losing manufacturing during a recession.
Well, I don't think we're in a recession just yet.
We're on our way. Remember, J.D. Pierce, I don't know. Financial institutions like Goldman Sachs are now indicating that there's a 60% chance that America is going to go into a recession. And we're already in the middle of a financial quarter that's going to have negative GDP growth. So we're essentially 50% there. J.P. Morgan, there you go.
Well, didn't the Fed release some data where they said that the unemployment was actually doing pretty good, and then inflation was also doing pretty good.
You're talking about the job report of March. The job report of the 2 months before March have both been revised by 30 to 45,000 jobs. So I wouldn't trust what you see reported by the Trump administration quite yet until they have a finalized job report for March. And then B, that was March before, Tariff Day, Liberation Day. And then C, I just simply ask you to indicate to me what Donald Trump did to inspire that job growth. Because as far as I'm concerned, he didn't do anything. That was a result of Biden-Harris era policy. And if anything, it would have been higher if he never started fucking around with tariffs on Canada and Mexico at the start of his term.
Well, how did the Biden Harris contribute to the jobs?
I can answer your question after you answer mine, because you're the one that made the claim that was a result of the Trump administration. And I'm asking you to tell me what they did that caused it.
Well, they had their tax cuts.
The tax cuts? They haven't passed any tax cuts yet.
Well, from 2018 though.
Oh, so you're telling me that the reason for like 300,000 jobs were added to our economy in March of 2025 was because of his tax cuts in 2018?
Well, yeah, they're still working over.
You're trolling. You're trolling. You're trolling.
We still got the bonus depreciation.
You're literally trolling. You're literally trolling. So yeah, we have a Brookings study that told us that there was no new business investment on the macro scale in the American economy that was caused by his tax cuts. All that meant was after those tax cuts, the rich execs took that money and pocketed it, compared to reinvesting it back into their businesses to pay their employees more. I think we should get you guys another friend. How do you feel about that?
In response, I like that. Let's get another person in here. In response to when you said Trump is barreling us into a recession, I do have maybe possibly 2 points here. Post 2024 recovery, acceleration, and market confidence. Since Trump's return, markets have responded with cautious optimism, especially among energy, manufacturing, and defense sectors. Business confidence rebounded due to expected deregulation and tax relief.
So that's actually not true for a majority of financial institutions before the election, even. So I mean, even like a majority of financial institutions indicated that like we were expecting higher interest rates from the Feds in 2025 because of his presidency. Since his inauguration and policy implementation of tariffs, we've not seen cautious optimism, and that's why the future markets have been in an uproar since he implemented tariffs on Mexico and Canada. This is a result of a lack of any confidence, and that's why we had the quickest drops in the stock market since the 2008 recession, and now the quickest one-day drops in the Dow Jones and S&P since 2020. Yo, cool. Did you vote for Trump? But hey, yo, Alex and Demolet, I appreciate both of you guys for coming up. I think at this point I'm going to move on to my next guests.
Sounds good.
That's right. See you later, man. You take it easy.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy. All right. Yo, for the 9.9 thousand people in the stream, everybody go back to spamming MAGA down below in that chat if you want to come up and debate. We're going to try to get that next guest up here right now. We got Sean loading in. We got Alex loading in. We're going to try to get all those guests loaded into the live right now for debate, you guys. So everyone just say, be patient, hold off, give us some a little bit of a moment here to get that next guest up in here. Wow. Okay, I do appreciate both of those two last guests for at least being more respectful. That was pretty chill, but we're gonna go and try to get the next guest up here. I want a crazy, riled up Trump supporter. That's what I want, you guys. I want somebody to come up here and lay the law down and tell me why supporting Trump is a good idea. Now, before we move on to our next conversations, I really got to thank Rion with a $25 donation over on PayPal. Everybody show some love to Rion. Let's just call her Ree. That is R-H-I. Down below in those live chats, Ree says, I'm happy to help support your work. You're doing a great job, and I love anytime you show up on my FYP. Thank you for the love, Ree. 250 Ree W's. That's so kind of you. Then also Kitten. Oh my God, Kitten, for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Wow, and apparently Kitten's also a Trump supporter. Kitten says, I've been waiting in the queue for over 2 hours. I haven't been live for 2 hours yet today. I've been live for yes, I have 2 hours and 9 minutes, so you must have been one of the first people in here. I'm extremely confident that I could offer you a cogent rebuttal and a cogent defense of Trump grounded in policy programs. Check your requests. Wow, this guy just paid me $50 to debate. I guess I'll try to find you, man. Thank you so much for the love. That guy really wants up here. And then also Colin with the $10 on Venmo. Thank you for the love. And then Colin with the $30 on Venmo. Huge shout out to Colin. Colin says, class is in session and Dean is attending. Deep Colin, thank you so much for the love. And then Ryan with the $30 on Venmo as well, saying thanks for the fight. Great work you're doing. Thank you for the love, Ryan. Everybody, please show some huge love to our donors. You guys are so incredibly kind, and thank you so much. What is up, Sean? And just a regular, did you guys vote for Trump? Haley with a 14 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Are these guys just straight up not here? Okay, they're not. Somebody by the name of Free Palestine, Free the Congo just put a MAGA in the chat. Okay. I like 99% chance that they're trolling, but I just have to check this out. You're trolling, right? You're not actually MAGA, right?
MAGA be like, no.
Okay, they're not actually MAGA. We're going to go to get that next guest up in the box right now. Yo, Ryan, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying, I'm sad, say something funny. Well, let's see if we can get one of these Trump supporters to say something funny for you. I'll pass that order along, Mr. Ryan. Give me about 5 seconds with our next guest here, but thank you for the $20. What's going on with the one, the only? Did you vote for Trump?
The one above all, not the one and only, but yeah.
The one above all. What a narcissistic name.
No, it's actually from Marvel. It's just a comic character.
Oh, okay.
I like reading comics.
That's great.
All good.
That's great, man. That's great, man. Did you support Trump?
I did.
What do you today?
I do.
Have we spoken before?
We have not.
Yeah, I have a really good memory. I feel like we have.
I've been in your live before, maybe from the chat, but I don't think we've ever spoken before. It takes too long to get on the lives. My attention span doesn't last that long.
Yeah, tell me why you support Trump, because I'll be able to confirm if I have or haven't already spoken to you based upon your reasons why.
It's strictly theological, man. And was raised Catholic, right? Went to Sunday school, did that whole thing. And here's how I think about it. 41 years old, live in New York City, veteran. And I look at it this way, man. And this is just straight up like how I look at it. I ain't looking 2 years in the future. I ain't looking 4 years in the future. I'm kind of like thinking 10, 20, 30 years. We sit here and we talk about the types of things that you're talking about in here, what's going on, tariffs, the budget. Okay, that's great and all. When I turn on my phone every single day, I go, oh, what's going on in the Middle East? What are we doing with AI? ISO, I think it's 22 or like 2.2 comes out later this month, in which the government's officially going to be switching over to cryptocurrency as like a way of running the financial system. So we have a whole bunch of things that are happening on like the grander scale. You have Elon Musk talking about Neuralink. We're talking about, I was watching a couple of videos about how like people now with like Parkinson's are now walking around. They have like implant chips. I'm like, okay, this is cool and all. You know, we just had a SpaceX launch today that had astronauts spinning around the North Pole. I'm like, all right, this is cool and all. Like, you know, you're doing big things. And I'm like, why are the general people only talking about tariffs and these mundane, small little things when on the grander scale, we're talking about people in the government that are now going to either be using AI to create reverse proteins. Like if you know what a mirror protein is, this is about like things we're talking about doing right now, CRISPR gene editing. And when I say it comes down to theology, here's how I think about it. Trump changed the embassy in Israel to Jerusalem. He actually did that. Whereas presidents since I think like the 90s have refused to officially move it. We've accepted Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, but they refuse to move the embassy, right? We have everything that's going on in the Middle East right now. And here's the way I look at it, man. End of story. Is that Doug Emhoff, I tend to think, and you want to hear a crazy thing, man? Is that
how does Doug come into this?
Here we go. Is I tend to think that the spouse is your de facto president. Because I think at the end of the day, since we've lived in a country where men have only run this place, I think at the end of the day, when they go in that bedroom at the White House or the Naval Observatory, I think it's the spouse that really has the end game goal to push their agenda. So I've always been keen on listening to the spouse first. You know, you look at Joe Biden's wife, Jill, you look at Michelle Obama, you look at Bill Clinton. I tend to look at, okay, who's running for president and who's going to be the last person in their ear. I tend to think that Doug Emhoff is just tokenized by Kamala Harris. I really don't think that he's a real Jew. I really don't think that Kamala Harris feels that way. I think it's more like a tokenized thing. You know, he's a divorced Jew, and I don't think that his ideals, like the way his values go, point in those directions. At the end of the day, here's the way I think about it. I think that Trump is a bad character in terms of his personality. But
I just want to clarify. You said at the end of the day a couple times now,
sure.
brother.
Oh, well,
it's,
not at the end of the day.
brother. It's midnight.
Okay. Basically this, man. I think that by having Trump as president, as by having him, it causes us to pay attention to everything that's going on. Now, hear me out. And I'm not trying to be like a troll about this, but until we as a people feel frightened, you tend to not give a shit about anything, right? You kind of just do your own thing. You run around, you pretend like you're fabulous, you take selfies all day. I live in New York City, I see it all day long, right? But only when your actual like freedoms, rights, and things that are important to you are actually going to be taken away do you pay attention. I don't really think we as a country should be focused on the people that are crossing the border. I think we do got a pretty good handle on that. Yes, I understand why people come here. I'm not going to get into that argument, man. I'm a half Latino, man. My father came here from Peru. So it's like he's a naturalized citizen. So I get that.
Hey,
But
do you mind if I ask you a couple questions?
Sure, go ahead, man.
Do you think that COVID was made in a lab?
Do I think that COVID was made in a lab?
Yeah.
That's a good question, man, because
just quick yes or no.
It's 50-50, man.
Okay,
And
okay. That's all I need to know. Did
The only
dinosaurs
reason
ever
I say
walk the earth?
50-50 is because I just find it weird that in the same
No,
town,
you don't need to explain your reasons why. It's so good, man.
you know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
close.
no, yeah. So, do you think that dinosaurs ever walked the earth?
I do.
Wow. Do you think that Russia had a right to invade Ukraine?
Do I think Russia had a right? See, that's like, this is where I want. So, okay, you're making my point.
Unsure. Okay, we'll just accept.
You're-
Did not answer.
you're making my point, actually.
I'm actually just asking you questions. One other question: How old is the Earth?
How old is the Earth?
Yeah.
4.3 billion years old.
Wow, that one's really unexpected. In what shape is the Earth?
Spherical.
Oh shit, man! You're really just blown past all these questions. So
I know, right? Crazy, right?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I listened to you speak for I don't know, like 2.5 minutes there.
I
And
appreciate that.
at the end of it all, you know what I thought to myself? You know what I thought to myself?
Enlighten me.
This dude's crazy. I have no fucking clue what he's saying. I'm just being honest. And
Okay.
I hope that you can appreciate that honesty. But that's the reality of the situation.
So I think if we could just maybe sum it up in this, I'm concerned that in the next 5, 10 years, 15 years, that the technological advances that we as a country are going to make, I think that the general public's not looking in the right direction. All right. And
I think that kicking him is just like objectively the kindest thing that we could do. Just like kick him and like don't even say anything, just move on. Like I'm like sitting here like considering like what is like the best method to like continue discourse on this live, and I've concluded that like the best possible thing to do is just to kick that guy and just go ahead and get our next guest up. I'm trying to be really honest too. But let's go to get that next guest up in the live. You guys, if you're in that queue, make sure that you voted for Trump. If you voted for Trump and you want to join, go ahead and spam MAGA in that chat. And if you want to support me, Venmo, PayPal, link in the bio, Linktree, as well as in the pinned message over on YouTube. So I do appreciate you guys for the love. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in right now. Go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat if you do want to come up and debate. I would actually really appreciate hearing from a woman that voted for Trump. We've been talking to men all day. It'd be nice to switch it up a little bit. What is it, Valentina? Did you vote for Trump?
Nigga.
All right, well, I do apologize. We kicked them off super duper quick. We did kick them off super duper quick, and I do apologize for somebody just coming up here to slur. We kicked them off. That is not allowed on the live at all. Absolutely terrible. We're going to move on to the next guest. If the live does get taken down, we got him out quick enough, so I don't think it will. Head over to the YouTube. It is in the link tree in the bio. It's in the link tree in the bio, so you could go over to the YouTube account, which is where I will be live if the TikTok stream gets taken down. Just putting that one out there. Dude, please do keep that in mind. In fact, if you guys could just kind of like spam that in the chat a little bit, telling everybody to go to the YouTube if the TikTok stream gets taken down. I don't think it will, though. We're going to get the next guest up in here. Go ahead and spam MAGA down below in that chat if you do want to join up, y'all. So everybody, just kind of give us one moment. We're going to get that next guest up here right now. Everyone be patient. We got Christina loading up into the box as we speak. Hello, Christina. Do you support Trump?
I love you, Dean. I love you. I love you so much.
Why are you doing that with your vocal cords?
I just got braces, so it sounds like a little weird. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. I appreciate you for the love. We're going to move on to the next guest. Okay. All right. Everyone just give us a minute. I don't know how braces could do that. I'm so sorry. That That like I'm really sorry. I hope you start feeling better. All right, guys, go ahead and just keep on spamming MAGA down below in that comment section. We're gonna get our next guest up here to debate. We got Alex Makes Millions loading into the live. Everyone, just be patient. What's up, Alex? You support Trump, man?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, some of his policies.
So, like, I just want to clarify, like, typically people with their name like Alex Makes Millions and like pictures of really pretty BMW E30s from like the 70s or 80s as their profile picture. Like big in crypto, big in investment. Is that you, man?
Hopefully in the future.
How did I know? You know what I mean? Well, the reason I brought that up is because under Donald Trump, Alex is definitely fucking not making millions.
Okay.
That's
It's
why
not
you
really
should've
like. I was just willing to bring up some points. I don't
Okay.
agree with all of his policies.
I just change your name, man. Alex not making millions.
I think I will, hopefully in the future, but we'll see.
So, go ahead. Why do you support Trump?
Well, some policies, such as some Doge policies, for example, I agree with.
I agree with the sentiment of cutting wasteful government expenditure and kind of keeping a closer looking glass on where the government is spending our money. Like shit, if I'm going to have like 30% of my paycheck like forcefully taken from me by the federal government to be spent, I agree we should have a very close eye on that money. But I don't think that it's been implemented appropriately, nor do I think it's going to be effective in the grand scheme of things, as Donald Trump is spending more than they're cutting.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, I think like some of them, for example, like with the social security payments, right, to people that are, they can obviously can't be alive if it's like 160-year-old people. I think those are pretty wasteful.
I mean, I think I remember reading an article that said that the chief director of Social Security actually denied their claims. And I mean, I'm willing to believe that because Doge has falsely reported a bunch of fake expenditure that they've cut that they haven't actually cut. The New York Times did a super extensive research piece multiple times into the reported cuts from government expenditure. And they claim that it was essentially all fucking fake. Like the largest contracts they'd listed were all fake. And now, like, I'd understand the perspective of somebody being like, well, the New York Times is biased left. If you're going to tell me that I can't believe Elon because he's not suggesting any evidence, well, what is the evidence of this random New York Times article? Well, Elon Musk's response to the investigation by NYT was to actually take the contracts NYT called fake off of the Doge government website, confirming their claims. So because they falsely reported so much expenditure, claiming they've cut it when it never existed in the first place, and the chief of Social Security stated that their claims about old people on Social Security were false, I'm just willing to completely ignore the claims by Doge. But once again, my overall claim is still true that Donald Trump is spending significantly more than they are cutting.
In what ways? I mean, I know right now. but I think
Economic policy, like is tax cuts, estimated to cost is 4.5 trillion to 8.4 trillion. That's more than the most Doge could ever cut, with a cap of around $2 trillion, as projected by Elon, meaning that at the end of the day, he's still going to be adding like an additional $2 to $4 trillion, $6 trillion to our country's debt just based upon one bill when we'd factor in and account for every dollar cut by Doge. And that's more money spent by Trump than all the money spent under the Biden-Harris administration. So he's actually worse for government expenditure than Kamala Harris would have been.
Well, I think there's ways, though, in their plan, which to bring money back to the U.S. and the government and to help relieve some of that debt.
Yeah, was there Liberation Day that wiped $3 trillion out of U.S. companies in one day, 24 hours, one of those plans?
I don't think so, but I mean,
No, me neither.
it's kind of, I don't want to be like another one of those like short-term, long-term, but I just think sometimes you have to do it. And we're seeing companies come to the U.S. like Apple with big investments. What do you think?
Apple's announced large investments every single 4 years following the inauguration to be in the good graces of the president. But in the last two presidencies, they have not materialized, both under Donald Trump's first term and Biden and Harris's. 99.9% of companies will not invest or move manufacturing to America as a result of Donald Trump's tariffs. That's because they will just simply wait the tariffs out, as there's a bipartisan push to get them out of here. So no matter who wins the next election, they'll be gone. And you're not considering the fact that launching trade wars in every other country in the world actually reduces investment in American industries. Like the entirety of the EU is now calling for pulling out all investments from American companies. So
I don't think it's a trade war.
I want to talk to you. Alex, real quick, do you have any other points that you'd like to make before I refocus on Rachel?
I mean, I had some other points. I don't know if you want to stay on this like tariff conversation.
Do you want to make one more before I move on to Rachel?
Well, yeah, I had some points on DEI. I don't know if we're allowed to talk about that.
Was Kamala Harris a DEI candidate?
I don't know.
Okay, what are your points on DEI? Just make one point real quick. I'll just
She definitely was. Definitely was.
I want to talk to Rachel. Come on, Alex, make your last point. Come on.
Well, I just don't think DEI is fair. I think it should be completely solely merit based.
Okay, so then obviously you disagree with Donald Trump's cabinet picks like Pete Hegseth, the DUI candidate. If it should be solely merit based, then you would have never voted for Trump's cabinet. I mean, if you were a senator, you would have.
Well,
I'm talking about
like more like general picks, like in the U.S. Not really. I think those are hard to say what's DEI or not.
Can you give me an example of DEI that you disagree with?
Yeah. For example, when like if someone is favored because they come from like a minority or they're like a certain gender, I think it should simply just be solely merit based.
I want a very specific material example.
Okay. Well, companies hiring individuals.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that racial quotas are actually illegal in hiring practices. Would you be able to demonstrate any to me?
Demonstrate as in like give a specific example?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, companies hiring people not solely merit
Like
because of
who?
DEI policies.
Like
so they're
can you
being
give me
favored
can you give me a DEI policy from a company that you just disagree with?
Well, yeah, now they're all being forced to not follow DEI.
Wait, what executive order made them do that?
Do you want me to find it right now specifically?
Yeah, I'd love to know.
Okay, 1 second.
Oh, while you're finding that, I want to talk to Rachel. Rachel, how you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Oh, well, I'm just doing phenomenal. You know what? I think you are the Trump supporter I've been looking to have a discussion with all day long.
I don't know. Maybe we'll see.
Before we hop into our discussion, I got to thank two people. I got to thank Oscar for the $11.11 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Oscar. You were phenomenal. Everybody, please show some love to Oscar. Oscar says there's no way he based his username on a Marvel character. That's just how he feels about himself. In reference to the last guest, I think I agree. Then also Celia with the $20. Everybody, please show some love to Celia in that chat. Says, I love what you do. You're so smart. I have to look up 50% of the things that you're saying. That is very good that you're looking up what I'm saying to fact check me to make sure I'm, stating correct information. I heavily implore everybody to do that. I think that's awesome. And thank you so much for the compliment and for the $20, Cecilia. Everybody, please show some love to Oscar and Cecilia down below in that chat. And if you're watching and you'd like to support me, you could find the link to my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. Or of course, I will thank you, shout out your name and a message. So everybody, please show some love to Oscar and Cecilia. But anyways, Rachel, let's go ahead and hop into our conversation of the day. We're going to start off really strong. You said that Kamala Harris was a DI candidate. Ain't that right?
I do believe that she was, because she just did not have substance when it came to answering questions or doing interviews or anything like that. I don't believe she was qualified. She definitely wasn't voted in whenever Biden had to step down.
Oh, yeah. I love debating this position. You want to know why I'm just like shaking with happiness right now, Rachel?
Sure, let's hear it.
Because if Kamala Harris is so underqualified, this absolute and total DEI candidate, then why the hell was she like a billion times more qualified than Donald Trump in every single conceivable sense? I mean, there's seriously not one fucking way that she was worse or less qualified than Donald Trump. One moment, let me cook. Quite frankly, evaluate their domestic policies. She had housing affordability policy. He didn't. She had healthcare policy. He didn't. She had economic policy. It was actually good for humans. He didn't. What the fuck? Where do we go next? Foreign policy. He bowed the knee to a dictator, then got mad when the dictator didn't accept him and basically said fuck off. And now he's all like, oh, I hate Putin. After revoking humanitarian support to Ukraine, aiding and abetting in their slaughter, aiding and abetting in their ethnic cleansing, to no fucking end, aiding and abetting to Russian expansionism. What about other foreign policy? He straight up wants to turn the Gaza Strip into a Riviera for Israel and build golden statues of himself 50
I do
feet tall
disagree.
where
I
Jesus was born.
disagree with that. I am not religious, and I do think that America is bowed the knee to pro-Israel, which I do disagree with. I don't think that's a great idea. But back to Kamala Harris, with her, there was no, like, she was the border czar, and we literally had millions of illegal immigrants pouring over our borders. We know that, and not all of them, okay, but we know that there were many of them that came under that administration's policies for asylum seekers. We also had the ones that were imprisoned in their countries and were sent over here that were known criminals, some that did commit crimes and murder people. So her being the border czar, why that was a disaster, and it was actually taking away from taxpayers. We were having to house them and feed them. They were doing better off than a lot of the middle class families were, and they weren't even citizens of our country.
Quite frankly, let's open up the conversation with a very easy question. You were like shitting on the known criminals coming into America, so let me get this clear. You don't think known criminals should be able to come into our country, yeah?
I don't think anybody should. I think you're a criminal once you cross the border illegally. That is a criminal act based under the United States.
No, Pivot, I'm talking about the known criminals coming out of like the Venezuelan jails. They shouldn't be able to come into America, right?
Them more so, but none of them. I think once you that you're a criminal as soon as you break the law in the United States.
I'm talking about legal means of entry. Like the criminals out of the Venezuelan jails should not be able to like seek legal residency or citizenship, right?
Under they wouldn't be granted any kind of legal citizenship.
But you don't think they should be granted that, right?
Absolutely not.
So then why do you think a known criminal should be granted the keys to the Oval Office?
I don't think that a criminal should.
So is this when I pull up the verdict form from the New York criminal court that convicted Donald Trump of 34 felony counts, or the civil court that held him liable for the violent sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll?
I believe all of those were allegations, and I don't want to go off on a red herring. I want to talk about policy, not character. Yeah. I do want to talk about policy and what really affects the American people as far as Donald Trump's character goes. I don't know the man. There are many things I disagree with. The way he acts and his demeanor and things as such. I'm talking about policy. I'm against DEI. I'm totally for getting rid of DEI because I think that people should be judged based on their character, based on how well they do, how they treat others, not on their skin color or their ethnicity or their racial background or their gender or their sexuality, because that is in itself the definition of discrimination.
Okay, here's my counter argument. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
There's about a billion things I could say to dispute your conception of DEI and how DEI is not discrimination. In fact, it's just advocating for equality. It's advocating for merit. So we don't have potential employees being rejected because of their sexuality, potential employees being rejected because of their race or their gender identity, etc. But instead, I want to take this avenue. Apparently, wokeness, DEI, the far left, the radical communists, were fucking phenomenal for our government and fucking phenomenal for our economy.
So
because I'm under the impression, just give me one moment, the day that Donald Trump walked into office, he got rid of the woke, he got rid of the DEI, and look at where we're at now. We have the Secretary of Defense leaking confidential war plans in Signal group chats. We have $3 trillion being wiped out of the market caps of American companies in the stock market. We have the Atlanta Fed going from projecting 4% growth in the GDP of our country in the first financial quarter of 2025 to a 3.7% recess. Woke was great for you.
Do you
woke
understand
was great
how
for me. Woke was great for us. Okay.
Woke is horrible for everyone. Because woke is not dealing with reality. Woke is dealing with some made up mindset.
Well, the facts don't lie. Woke was so bad. How come Donald Trump is barreling our country towards recession, ma'am?
I mean, there's no evidence that he's barreling our country towards a recession.
Yes, there is.
He has almost completely annihilated
There's
the
evidence.
border crisis.
There's evidence. And no, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. We'll get on to that next. You said there's no evidence that we're barreling towards a recession. Well, JP Morgan says there's a 60% chance that America will enter into a recession in the next...
Yeah, but those are theories. Those are not facts. He's been in office, 12 weeks now? I mean, we're very early in.
That's very rude of you to interrupt me.
Well, I apologize.
I accept your apology. May I continue?
Okay, are you going to give me an opportunity to do discourse, or are you just going to like kind of rage and spit things out without, being rebutted?
Come on, bro. I'm a leftist. I'm just gonna rage and spit shit out. I'm just gonna mute. I'm gonna silence you. Come on.
I mean, you kind of were, but I mean, you're being calm now, which is great.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give you an opportunity to respond as much as you want. Okay, I'm gonna go back to what I was saying. You told me that there is no evidence of America barreling towards a recession. I disagree. Okay, the reason why I disagree is because we have JP Morgan projecting a 60% chance of our country going into a recession in the next 2 financial quarters. I know that you said that's just a theory, but that's not my only evidence. My other evidence is the fact that before Donald Trump's inauguration, the Atlanta Fed, which has a very good track record of predictions of GDP growth in following financial quarters, as it is very important for their operations as a Federal Reserve Bank, we're projecting 4% growth before Donald Trump's inauguration. 3 weeks after, a negative 2.7% rate of growth. Today, well, I guess the day before yesterday, before Liberation Day, negative 3.8% growth. Okay. And then we also have the impacts of his tariffs, quickest drops in the stock market since the 2008 recession. Okay. Quickest drops in the Dow Jones and S&P 500 since 2020. $3 trillion
that's not how tariffs work. They literally went into effect yesterday. And you say the comment that I made earlier was you said he is waging a war with these tariffs, correct?
Yeah, starting trade wars, yeah.
Okay, how is it a trade war when the main countries that he's going after, which would be Canada, China, and Mexico, correct? They have always tariffed the United States. We've had to pay them, and we peddle their products, and they make profit. We have their cars here. They're not even allowed to have cars that we manufacture in the United States in China at all. They will not allow it. So it is a reciprocal tariff. What that means is you tariff us, guess what? We're going to tariff you back. Equal. Equality. I know that's a word that you guys like, equality. So so it's equal. It's not a war. It's saying, okay, we're just going to reciprocate equally in what you're doing to us. And what that's going to do is it's going to say, hey, you know what? You don't have to do that. You can bring your business to the United States. You can build your businesses here tax free. And that will create so many jobs for the American people, for the middle class.
Great. You're wrong.
So how is that bad that we're reciprocating?
You're wrong. I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. Before I do, I'm going to thank 3 people for their donations. Ashley, with a $25 donation on Venmo, Ashley says, why does MAGA normalize using Russian terms in our American government? They're pro-Russia now. I don't know what happened to them. Thank you for the $25, Ashley. 250 Ashley W's in that chat. Jen with a $3. And then Erica with a $25 donation on Venmo. Erica says, you have an awesome mind. Thank you for taking up this work. I'm excited to see your future. Thank you so much, Erica. You're lovely. Thank you so much. Would you be able to say W, Erica, and Ashley real quick for me? Before I prove you wrong. Rachel?
Do what?
Could I get a W, Erica, and Ashley from you before I prove you wrong? Just
W, Erica, and Ashley.
Base. Then also Braden with a $50 super chat over on YouTube. Dude, 500 W Bradens. Braden says, thank you for what you do. You bring some hope in me to an increasingly hopeless country. I appreciate you for the love, Braden. We're the American patriots in here. But anyways, okay, I'm going to go ahead and prove you wrong. You said that we've just imposed reciprocal tariffs on countries like Canada. So that's actually just blatant misinformation.
Well, not just Canada, also China and Mexico.
We're gonna start with Canada. So that claim is blatant misinformation. You're getting blatant misinformation from the spreadsheet released and disseminated across the internet by the Trump administration with the reciprocal tariff spreadsheet where it showed how much tariffs they have imposed on us.
Right. I get my facts from whitehouse.gov. I don't get them from TikTok or, any kind of liberal news media.
Well, so you get it from the Trump news media. But I
get it from our president.
The Trump news media. That's what I said.
The one that sends the orders.
The figures on the tariff spreadsheet, those actually aren't tariffs at all. That is the trade deficit divided by how much we've sent to them. So it's just not tariffs. If you want to know how much we paid in tariffs to Canada last year, it's around $0. It's because the structure of tariffs that Canada has on American goods is essentially the idea that, well, we get to export whatever we want to them, and as long as it's below these particular quotas, we don't pay any tariffs on it. But if it goes beyond the quotas, we do. But guess what? We never go beyond the quotas. We've never paid $1 in tariffs to Canada. So no, any tariffs we've imposed on them have not been reciprocal in the
I know, but
slightest.
you keep making and look, I'll say this. You speak very eloquently. You use very fancy words, $2 words, I'd like to say. And you're very composed in your demeanor, but you do not back up one single thing you say with actual facts. You spill projections, which are predictions for what could happen, and then you speak eloquently like you won the argument.
Okay, well, how about I just go ahead and back up what I said? So first I explained that the tariffs on the spreadsheet provided by the White House were not tariffs. That was the overall trade deficit divided by how much we sent to them. And I'm guessing that you'd like my evidence on that, right?
Well, I mean, that's how you debate. You don't just make broad statements and go, see, I said it greatly, so I win. That's not how a debate goes. Like, debates they're based on facts.
Great. So do you know what I'm doing right now?
I'm sure you're looking up something.
So what I'm doing right now is I'm actually on x.com and I'm just scrolling. I'm just scrolling down the White House's Twitter account until I find their announcement of their tariffs, and I'm just going to read off the community note. So the community note says, and I quote, Trump's quote-unquote reciprocal tariffs, e.g.
Reciprocal,
China,
see?
67%, EU 40%, aren't based on actual foreign tariffs, but likely on the U.S. trade deficit divided by imports. And then the data more so the data to justify the claim. This is going to be coming from the WTO, which is the World Trade Organization, that actually tells us all the tariffs that other countries have on America and the tariffs that America has on other countries. To suggest that claim is true, you could find this by going to WTO.org, go to Documents, Data, and Resources, then go to Statistics and click on Trade and Tariff Data. Once you're in Trade and Tariff Data, you'll be given a breakdown, which you can view a visual breakdown of it, to see the tariffs that other countries have on us and how, it's different and lower than the reported tariffs on that fact sheet from the White House for every
So do you
single
think that
country.
America should continue to pay tariffs to any country, and we just do not put tariffs on them?
You are pivoting.
Is that what you're saying?
You asked me to justify my claim, and I gave you the most in-depth
Well,
justification.
you reread something off X, and that's fine. But our president has
I
said
read something off
several
of
times-
WTO, the World Trade Organization.
Well, you're reading reports off of it.
Are you saying that the World Trade Organization is lying and Trump is telling the truth?
I'm not saying anything. I'm telling you what the president has claimed.
And the president lied.
And if his claims are true,
They're
which
not.
they just got imposed yesterday.
So we've had 24 hours to disprove them.
Right. And he's been in office 12 weeks, and you guys are freaking out saying, oh, the Dow's down and our economy sucks, which obviously shows you do not understand how inflation works or anything like that.
What is inflation?
Inflation is where the cost of living, the cost of our merchandise and stuff goes up.
It's the rate of change in the increase in the pricing of it.
Right. Because our economy sucks, which.
Okay. Wait, why am I allowing you to pivot? You made the claim that I don't provide any evidence for what I say. I just provided you the most intricate detail and nuanced description of evidence and fact to justify my claim that the quote-unquote fact sheet shared by the White House to demonstrate
On Canada,
the reciprocal
correct?
tariffs on
Canada?
all other countries. No, the reported tariffs from all other
How
countries.
many tariffs did we pay to China last year? How many tariffs did we pay in Mexico?
Okay, we could talk about specific countries after you concede that I am correct that the
I will
tariff
concede that you're
spreadsheet
correct in pulling up
falsely-
facts for your rebuttal, but we pay tariffs to other countries.
We do,
and they do not. We do.
Right. And I don't think that reciprocal tariffs are a good way of getting another country to reduce their tariffs on us. It actually
Do you
only
think
gets-
they're fair?
No, I think it's incredibly unfair to the American people, and I could explain why.
Do you think it's unfair for the American people to continue to pay other countries to peddle their products?
I think what's unfair to the American people is to respond to tariffs that another country has imposed on us with more tariffs imposed on them, which only gets them to increase their tariffs on us, like China did last night, an additional 37%, which only hurts our producers. Last time we imposed tariffs on China, we had American farmers go fucking bankrupt because our U.S. agricultural exports plummeted and went to shit. The correct way of getting another country to reduce their tariffs tariffs on us is not for us to impose tariffs on them, which hurts us and them, but is rather to seek diplomatic behaviors like trade agreements. And by the way, Donald Trump actually was able to do this in his first administration under the USMCA. He brokered a new trade agreement to replace NAFTA with Mexico and Canada. So we know that it works. We know that it'd work again, even with a president that is so bad at negotiating like Trump, because he, out of all people, was already able to do it under his first administration. And that is the only appropriate way to get other countries to reduce their tariffs on us without destroying our own economy.
I think that we just need to be fair. I am an American nationalist. I'm America first. And I think that anyone that's an American citizen, specifically anyone in government positions, Congress, it doesn't matter what position you hold, Congress, House of Representatives, Senate, Vice President, President, you need to be for America first.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
You need to be for American citizens first.
If you're America first, American citizens first, you obviously think that we should give every single undocumented migrant in our country a pathway to residency or citizenship, is that reinforces our labor force. It gives our government more revenue to spend on social safety nets to increase the average quality of life. It increases GDP growth, making sure that America is enshrined as the richest, most booming country on earth, right?
By allowing illegals in our country? Is that what you're saying?
By offering every undocumented migrant that has not committed violent crime in America a pathway to residency or citizenship, objectively places America first. So are you aligned with mass amnesty for nonviolent undocumented migrants, since you're self-described as aligned with America first ideologies?
We don't. No. So what you're saying is, even if somebody is a terrorist, a rapist, a gang member, we should let them in. Drug dealers, fentanyl.
Oh no, Rachel! Oh no, I gotta remove you because you can't say the names of DRUGS on the live. I'm so sad about that one. No, who could we possibly have to replace Rachel? Who could we possibly have to replace Rachel? She was one of a kind, quite frankly, one of a kind. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. Go ahead and spam MAGA down below in the chat if you're curious why we had to kick her out so quick. It's because she said the name of the FDRUG. We get absolutely royally fucked for having that said on live. TikTok hates that so much, so we had to kick her. All right. If you're okay. Actually, we may have found Rachel's replacement. A guy named Joseph just said in the chat, Dean got cooked. Please join. Please join, Joseph. I will give you $50 if you accept that invitation to join. Please. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. We got Rye Guy loading up, and I really hope that Joseph accepts that invitation. What is up, Rye Guy? Did he vote for Trump?
I did.
All right, Mr.
I did.
Mr. Ray Guy, before we hop into our discussion real quick, I got to thank a couple people for their very kind and very generous donations. Thank you, Valentina, for the $2, Ben with a 5, Nina with a 10. Thank you so much for the love, Nina. Zoe with a 1, Hannah with a 5, and then Damon with a 10 as well. If you'd like to support me because you're enjoying what you're seeing here on the stream tonight, you can support me over in Venmo and PayPal. Both of those links are in the link tree in my bio. Speaking of, I'd also love to show some love to David for the $25 donation and TBD with the $20, and then Kenya with a 5. Thank you guys so much. Everybody, please show some love to David, TBD, and K. I do really appreciate you guys so much for the love. Huge shout out to the donors. Now take it away, Mr. Rye Guy. Why'd you do it? Why'd you support Trump?
Man, I just think he is a great president overall.
Cringe.
How's that cringe?
Because it's just like objectively out of alignment with reality. I don't know.
Well, more voters than not thought differently.
Actually,
am I right?
No, funny enough, you're wrong. Out of everybody that voted in the 2024 election,
he won a majority.
No, actually wrong. He won a minority.
No, you're wrong. He won a majority.
So he got 49.
Cringe.
One moment. He got 49.9% of the votes. The remainder of the 50.1% of the vote either voted for Kamala Harris or a third-party candidate. They claim that he won a majority.
He didn't vote for Kamala Harris. That means he won a majority out of the voters. That's exactly what a majority is. I think you're thinking of a plurality, and you don't know your English.
We've already had this discussion, haven't we?
No, I've never spoken to you.
Yes, you definitely have. I remember the last time you came up, you said that's not what a majority is. You're thinking of a plurality. And then we went back and forth on the definition of these terms for like 5 minutes. Fuck you. I'm not falling into your like unruling trap that makes no sense. That is only that it only exists to like keep Dean in the ninth circle of hell. We're gonna talk.
I've never spoken to you, and
yes, you have. I remember this discussion. We had the same discussion. Stop lying.
What are you talking about, bro? We have never spoke.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and like re-describe why you're wrong. A majority would account for the most. Okay, most would account for and then most would account for like over 50%. All right, and when we're referencing a vote, over 50% of the vote did not go to Donald Trump, but rather to Kamala Harris or a third-party candidate. Now let's get back on substance. Why do you think he was a good pick?
He just had a lot of things he did in his first term that just showed that he was authorized. He was the leader of a great economy, like the lowest poverty rate that's ever happened in the United States of America. He brought us to the lowest unemployment in 50 years. He kept inflation low. We had stock markets at record high. Purchasing power was up. Blue collar workers' wages were growing at a fast rate. Like so many indicators were showing that he was doing an excellent job. COVID came in the way, and I think he deserves a chance to finish what he started.
So I'm guessing like you support Kamala Harris because it's like nearly every single indicator that you were just able to give us. It is the case that it was then beat once again by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Like, for instance, one of the indicators that you gave us there was an unemployment rate. So under his term, he had set a 50-year low, but that was beat 3 times by Biden and Harris, right?
I understand that, but you got to look at the picture as a whole. Like, not every indicator was looking good, especially.
And then also, like, I don't think that Donald Trump did anything to like reduce unemployment in America.
Yeah, for the first time since the 1990s, he was a president that actually was adding manufacturing jobs over a long period of time.
So what did he do? What did he do to reduce unemployment in America?
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, first of all, helps people out. And what he did is he also lowered the corporate tax rate. So it drove foreign investment into our country and brought reshoring of jobs into America, which was the reason why for the first time since the 90s that he was showing sustained growth in the manufacturing job market, and at the same time blue collar wages were rising.
Actually, so we actually had a stagnation in manufacturing investment under Donald Trump's term with an explosion under Biden and Harris's term because of policy like the Infrastructure Bill and the Chips and Science Act. And then also the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act led to no new macro level business investment. That source is coming from a Brookings study. And then just the cherry on the top of this is the fact that it only led to a 0.04% growth year by year in the American GDP. So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did not reduce unemployment, nor did it grow and scale our GDP to any considerable level. And not to mention, if you care about GDP growth, obviously Donald Trump would be your worst fucking nightmare today because he's barreling America towards a recession.
No, he is preparing us for the next wave of how the global economy is prepared to be. And it's going to be a 3-state global economy. There's going to be Russia, China, and America. And he is making sure that people's spheres of influence are being taken care of right now. And that's why
he's giving Russia and China more influence. You understand that, right?
No, that's what you think.
No, he's isolating us from every other country in the world in the global economy. Okay, and what happens when all of a sudden every single country in the EU, our allies, are like, fuck America. All right, we're going to start taxing their banks. We're going to restrict the U.S. from engaging in global forms of trade. Well, then the Prime Minister of Canada is like, we're no longer friendly with them. We're boycotting their products. We're boycotting their goods. We're boycotting their manufacturers. And the entire EU is pulling investment out of American companies. Well, then all of a sudden they become more reliant on other countries outside of America because we're no longer, the leader in global commerce, which then gives a platform to countries like Russia and China to fill that empty space. So you're absolutely incorrect here.
No, I'm not incorrect. And the reason why is because they're not going to be able to cut us out. They act and play this big game because that's what they're supposed to do. But one by one, they will fall in line and they will make a deal with Daddy Trump. They all will.
Did you just call the president Daddy?
Damn right I did. That's Daddy Trump right there, man. He gets
wait. Say that Donald Trump is my daddy.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Say it. Say it or I'm going to kick you.
I'm good, brother.
Say it or I'm going to kick you.
If you want to run away from facts and statistics, then
I'm proving your ass wrong with facts and stats. Nobody believes that
the
nonsense.
Lowest poverty rate that's ever happened in America was under Trump.
And
is
what
that
year?
Not a fact?
And what year?
2019.
Nope, 2020.
No, 2000. Nope.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and prove you wrong with the facts and stacks. This is coming from FRED, it's a Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. All that you got to do is go online and type an estimated percentage of all people in all ages in poverty for the United States of America. The rate of poverty in 2019 was 12.3%. Meanwhile, the rate of poverty in 2020 was 11.9%, which was the lowest under Donald Trump's term. You also claimed that that was the lowest in all of U.S. history, which is also wrong because we had a lower level of poverty in 2000 at 11.3% and a lower level of poverty in 2001 at 11.7%.
All you gotta do is look it up. It's 10.5% in 2019. It's the lowest that's on record
wrong.
ever.
It was
No,
12.3. It was 12.3.
No, it's not. I don't know. You're using a bad source then.
Dude, FRED is possibly the most reliable source for economic data available to anybody in America.
No.
What is your source?
Let me check it out for you real quick.
You don't even have one. You don't even have a source.
It's the census.gov, buddy.
Show me where on the census.gov website
All
it
you have to do
contradicts
is
to
go
FRED.
Okay.
Census.gov levels of poverty in America over time. Let's see. Census.gov. Poverty rates by survey. What are you looking at?
You gotta go to resource library, income and poverty in the United States in 2019.
That's not even on the census website.
Yes, it is.
I'm on the resource library of the census.gov website right now, and I don't see any. Come on, it's like 3 scrolls long.
Just Google income and poverty in the United States. Census.gov. Google those words.
All right, let's do that real quick. Income and poverty. There we go.
And go down to poverty.
Yeah, then I see poverty rates by survey.
No, it's not survey. You got to go down to poverty. The official poverty rate in 2019 was 10.5%.
Wait, but it says nothing about 2019 anywhere under the poverty page on the census.gov website. Anybody could check this out. Literally, just type in exactly what he told you on Google, and then go to the poverty website, poverty page on the resource library on census.gov. The only thing it says is poverty rates by survey, poverty rates in states with metropolitan areas 2023. What you were saying is nowhere on the poverty page of census.gov. This is once again census.gov/topics/income-poverty/poverty.html. It shows nowhere on here.
Okay, well, I got census.gov/library/publications. So we're just on different pages. I don't know. But it's definitely, anybody can Google the unemployment rate for 2019.
Wait. You think that? Wait, you're looking at
10.5%, the lowest in United States history.
Unemployment?
No, poverty rate. Poverty rate. I misspoke.
Okay, yeah, no. Because once again, the FRED, okay, the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, is the most reliable source for economic data available to anybody in America.
It's not the most reliable source. The census.gov is far more reliable.
I'm so sorry. Everybody uses the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis when we're doing economic studies, surveys, etc. The Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis would indicate that the lowest level of poverty under Donald Trump's administration was in 2020 at 11.9%, and this is actually sourced. You want to know where this is sourced?
Yeah, during the pandemic.
You want to know where this is sourced?
It's the lowest level of poverty.
Hey, motherfucker. You want to know what FRED source is?
What?
The U.S. Census Bureau.
Well, there you go. You just got to go to the U.S. Census Bureau. That's the site.
No. This is from the U.S. Census Bureau.
No, I'm on the U.S. Census Bureau website.
I typed in the identical URL you gave me, census.gov/library/publications. It says nothing about poverty rates in 2019.
Oh my gosh. How do I turn on my can you let me turn on my camera?
If you had the availability to turn it on, you'd be able to do it on its own. Once again, the only source available is from me, which is the U.S. Census Bureau, which would report the level of poverty in 2020 was 11.9%. That is sourced from the U.S. Census Bureau through the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. Your only argument to contest what I'm saying is true right now is to literally say that they're wrong and that they're lying.
Just put lowest rate of poverty 2019 into Google and see what pops up. hits you in the face. 10.5%. Ask ChatGPT or ask anything. Just Google like what I'm saying, and you will find that it's right.
Okay. All right. So I actually do see that being reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And they say that in accordance with the Census Bureau. And then once again, over on the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, they'd indicate that the level of poverty in 2019 is 12.3%, which is also sourcing the U.S. Census Bureau. So who do we believe? The U.S.
I think
Census
we believe the
Bureau
U.S. Census
or the
Bureau
U.S.
themselves,
Census
not-
Bureau?
I mean, I think we believe the U.S. Census Bureau, the website itself, not another site saying it's from the U.S. Census Bureau.
No, I've complete 110% trust in the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. I have 110% trust. If I would guess, because when I'm clicking through the Bureau of Labor Statistics website and I'm seeing that they have the classification of poverty, they say see technical notes section for examples of poverty levels, that there's probably some difference in the technicalities insofar as how they would evaluate said levels. And then I'm also seeing that they are indicating another 12.3% level of poverty on the U.S. Census website. So there's probably different technicalities insofar as the calculation of poverty for all people.
My only point is that in 2019 alone, Donald Trump raised 4.2 million people out of poverty. He is somebody.
Wait, how? How did he do that?
Through his deregulation policies
What,
and
what,
driving.
what deregulation specifically?
Bro, like he made it so that there was so many permits and red tape for a new highway or a bridge. It took 7 years, and he dropped that wait time to
Like
2 years.
through what policy specifically?
Bro, you just have to look it up.
No, if you can't indicate to me the name of the policy, I'm so fucking sorry, man, but you're losing.
I'm not losing.
Because you're basically telling me
your whole
your
chat
sources
room
trust me,
just
bro.
looked up the stat that you said. I've already proved you wrong on one.
No, you
stat,
haven't
like-
proven me wrong. No. I was so good faith in my response, but now that you're being an asshole, I'm going
I'm
to
not
tell you
being
that you're
an
wrong.
asshole.
I was able to give you statistics from the FRED, the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, which is the most reliable standard for economic data in America, polling from their source, the U.S. Census
your
Bureau,
opinion, though.
via the.
You just
It's
say
not.
that
It's
to-
not my opinion. It's not my opinion.
give it
It's the
more
federal. No, it's not my opinion. It is from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, in which pulls their data from the U.S. Census Bureau.
All right. Well, the U.S. Census Bureau itself says it's 10.5%. So I
No,
just don't
the U.S.
understand.
Bureau themselves says that it is a 12.3% on the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis's website. It even gives a suggested citation here. This is actually coming specifically from the U.S. Census Bureau, estimated percent of all people in all ages in poverty for the United States.
But you understand, like the U.S. Census Bureau's website says something different than a different website.
This is not their source is the Census Bureau. Once again, this is a report by the Census Bureau titled
it's like,
estimated
have you ever
percent of
played the game
people of
Telephone?
all. No.
Like a message
I'm
that-
giving you the very specific source. The source from the U.S. Census Bureau to indicate that I'm right is titled the estimated percent of all people of all ages in poverty for the United States. However, their source is from April 4th, 2025. The only source that I could find to indicate what you're saying.
It's just today's date.
No. April 4th, 2025. So it's updated today. They update it daily. And the only source I could find from what you are saying is, let's see here, from 2019. So what is likely is that at some point in the last 5 to 6 years, there's been revisions in unemployment / poverty data in the year of 2019 that has led the U.S. Census Bureau to moving from a 10.5% level of poverty to a 12.3% level of poverty. Okay? That is the most likely scenario. You gave me a source from 2019. I'm giving you a source from 2025. Both sources are the U.S. Census Bureau. What are we going to trust more? The older information or the newer information? By the way, anybody's feel free to fact check me. All you got to do is type in FRED estimated
people
percent
were
of people of
posting
all ages
already.
in poverty for
It's-
United States. Scroll down to their notes where they give you their notes and they indicate that this is from the U.S. Census Bureau, estimated percent of all of people of all ages in poverty for United States, and the source was from this year. So what should we trust more? Data from this year or data from 6 years ago?
Okay, so that's not updated from right now. Like that's just today's date. They didn't come in and update it today with updated. Like, come on.
Are you going to answer my question?
I'm gonna trust the Bureau of Labor Statistics' own website. Like that's what I'm gonna trust. The one that says .gov behind it.
But that's from 2021.
That's okay. The data doesn't change after that for it.
Actually, revisions happen in government data as would apply to the economy all the time. Okay. I'm literally trying to be so good faith with you. Let me just calm myself down. Let's just have a legitimate conversation, okay? So I'm pulling data from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, and their source is the United States Census Bureau, right? The Federal Bank Reserve of St. Louis doesn't lie. I'm just going to make that clear. They are one of the most reputable institutions of finance in America. Disputing the validity of the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis because you're a Republican and it doesn't agree with the narrative that you're spewing is brain rot. Okay? But I will say, I'm actually not going to shit on you for what you're saying right now because you do have a legitimate source from the Bureau of Labor Statistics pulling data from the U.S. Census Bureau to indicate that I'm wrong. So I actually I don't hold it to you. I don't shit on you. I'm not mad at you at all for arguing that I'm wrong because you do legitimately have data from the U.S. Census Bureau, a .gov agency that says something other than what I'm saying. But I think the resolution to this issue is to recognize and understand that the data you are reporting from the Bureau of Labor Statistics is from 2021. The data that I'm reporting from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis is not from 2021. In fact, they have levels of poverty for every year up until 2024. The data that you're providing is simply outdated. And if you could just say, hey, Dean, what you're saying makes sense. I wasn't wrong, but after further clarification, I see what you mean. I think that would be the best resolution.
Brother, I see where you're coming from. And I want to look into it more because it just doesn't make sense that during the pandemic, that's when we had the lowest rate of poverty. And if that's the reason, it has to have something to do with the stimulus checks.
Yeah, sure, I'm fine with that.
So I'm very peculiar about the methodology of how they came to that.
Well, if we're acting in good faith, they didn't apply any of their own methodology on. They're just reporting what the Census Bureau as detailed at a later date. The most likely outcome is just that the data was revised and we're both technically right. I'm not even gonna tell you that you're wrong. We're both technically right, but we just have to both understand the fact that the data was probably revised.
Right.
Right. And the only reason why you were saying that the older data is more reliable than the newer data from the same source is probably because of a form of confirmation bias, which we all have.
I mean, yeah, it's possible. I'm not gonna until I look into it more. I agree that we're both right.
Okay, all right, man. Well, I know that you've popped up here a lot. I'm gonna move on to the next guest. But I do appreciate you so much for your time.
Yes, sir. You too. Have a good one.
We're gonna move on to the next guest. That's when like a rock meets an immovable object. Yeah, I've never had that happen before. That was new. That was very new. All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest. Everyone just go ahead and give us a minute. If you're watching the live over on TikTok and you voted for Trump, go ahead and spam MAGA down below in that chat. Bro, no way, there's people in the chat spamming Dean got cooked. Fuck you guys. Dude, you are actual rage baiters. No, I gotta talk to one of these rage baiters real quick. Are you rage baiting, Sam? You just said that Dean lost in the chat. You're rage baiting, right?
Yeah, can you get another pup cup on stream, please?
You're the person. It is people like you that spam Dean got cooked in my chat.
I need you to eat a pup cup, please, man.
I can't do it. I can't do it. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just got to give us one moment. We're going to get that next guest up in here. Another person saying D got kicked. We're going to invite them up. We're going to invite them up. Here we go. Oh my God, Ryan, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Actually, Ryan offers another explanation why we disagreed. And I was actually looking for this because I felt like there was one. The 10.5% figure is using the OPM official poverty measure. Meanwhile, the 12.3% was using the SPM, the supplemental poverty measure. The SPM takes into account more factors like taxes and non-cash benefits. Understandable. I mean, like that actually makes a lot of sense. Turned out to be a very nuanced disagreement. If you are in the live and you voted for Trump, go ahead and hop in that queue. Or spam Maggie down below in that chat. We'll get you up here. Somebody named Young Sheldon is in that queue. Let's see if we could debate Young Sheldon real quick. And then also, Chloe, thank you for the motorcycle. And James with the $20 super chat over on YouTube. James says, I wasn't around for the tariff coverage, but I saw the Minecraft movie last night and it was dope. Please watch it. I'm actually going to go watch that tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. One of my girlfriend's coworkers bought me and her tickets like 4 months ago. Braden, wait, I already thanked Braden. I swear to God, I saw a $100 donation in here, but it disappeared. Oh, there it is. Chance! Thank you so much for the $100 donation over on YouTube. Super chat saying W Dean holding down the fort for Parker. Oh, we're going to be here all day, baby. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. That is literally insane. I do not deserve that at all. Let's get at least 1,000 Chance W's down below in that live chat. Thank you so much for the love, Chance. That is so incredibly kind. Thank you a billion times over. And then also Kelvin with the $25 and the 52 cents. Thank you so much, Kelvin. Then A with the $5 on Venmo. And Lisa with the $40 over on Venmo. Oh my God, Lisa. 1,000 Chance W's, 1,000 Lisa W's as well. Lisa says, thank you for doing what you do and taking the time to educate yourself and others on the important facts. Thank you so much, Lisa. And then also Taylor with the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, Taylor. But anyways, Young Sheldon, do you support Trump?
I love you.
Okay, well, I guess I appreciate you for being patient. Patient fetus. Patient fetus, self-controlled fetus. Go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat if you do want to join up, everyone. Go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat if you do want to join up. All right, we got Anthony loading into the box as we speak. Go ahead and just give us one moment, you guys. Still looking for that next guest, everybody. We got user loading up. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot of people spamming MAGA down below in the chat. Yeah, wow. I actually don't see anybody dropping a MAGA down below in that chat. Where's all the Trump supporters at? All right, I guess in the meantime, you guys make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. And Brandon, thank you so much for the Galaxy. That's so kind. And if you're watching and you'd like to support, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio over here on TikTok or in the pinned message on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, I would first consider supporting over Venmo and PayPal before Super Chat. I learned last night that Super Chat actually takes 30 to 60% of all revenue from the Super Chats. Meanwhile, nobody takes anything from me apart from the tax man on Venmo and PayPal. So that's the way to go. What's up, Lucas? Did you vote for Trump? All right, well, Lucas just automatically dropped. Holy crap. Okay, yeah, we kind of ran off all the Trump supporters. Damn, I'm still thinking about that last guess. What a crazy disagreement. What a crazy debate. I mean, I honestly, like, my honest response to that last conversation, and, like, I'm trying to say this in good faith. I know that everyone's going to be like, DNL in the chat. I need to humble myself a little bit more in these conversations. Because, like, it's possible for there to be a more nuanced disagreement like that. You know, like, I just saw the data that was shared on the Fred website, and I was like, okay, well, this is definitely true. So anything that differs with the data as presented by Fred is definitely wrong. But I think that I need to be more skeptical of even more intricate nuance than I already am, because there was like nuance that I was just belligerently denying the potentiality of existing when making my claim originally that I should have been more aware of. So I think I learned a pretty important lesson there. We're going to move on to the next guest, you guys. Just go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat if you want to join. See Ethan spamming MAGA. Let's try to get Ethan up here. Yo, Jackson, thank you so much for the $35 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Jackson. That is so incredibly kind of you. Everybody, please show some love to Jackson down below in that queue while we're getting our next guest up in here, you guys. That's so incredibly kind. Thank you so much, Jackson. That is seriously so incredibly kind. Thank you so much. And then Andrew, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo as well. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. I do really appreciate that. Still trying to get that next guest. I'm only seeing like the same 5 people spamming MAGA in the chat. I think it's hilarious. Out of 9.5 thousand humans, there's only like 5 of them spamming MAGA in the chat. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Somebody's name is Dean Needs Braces, and then their picture is a picture of the Confederate flag. I'm just not even gonna let them up. I mean, that is fucked up, man. I'm not even talking about the claim that I need braces. That claim's true. But I feel like that in tangent with their Confederate flag profile picture, a little too off the deep end for me. So let's get that next guest up here. Hey, what is going on, Michael? Did you vote for Trump? Michael, you are about 10 years away from your phone.
Oh wow! I didn't expect you to pick me.
I picked you.
Wow! Thank you.
Of course. So why do you support Mr. Liberation Day?
I'm friends with one of your buddies.
Okay. Why'd you vote for Trump?
Do you know? Do you know Parker?
Oh. Hey, Michael, feel free to hop back in that queue. I thought that you were about to like drop the name of like an IRL friend, so I kicked you before you could. But of course I do know Parker, and that is a public friendship because he's another content creator in the space. Feel free to re-request and I'll get you up here. I honestly just kicked you because I didn't want you to like name drop like the name of like an IRL friend. But turns out, you know, you're just talking about Parker. That would have been good to start with. Hop back in that queue, Michael. We'll get you up here. Also, everybody in that chat saying add. Oh, there he is. He's back. Add K Scott. I don't see K Scott anywhere. You guys. You're talking about like Parker get a job, right?
Yeah.
So I do know Parker. Parker's like my best friend.
Yeah.
I don't think that you're friends with him.
No, we're not friends, but we know each other.
Very nice, Michael. So why do you support Trump?
Okay. Well, my biggest when I started supporting Trump was October 7th, 2003 or 2023.
Okay.
Because my family is Jewish.
Okay.
So when you know there was an attack on a music festival and there was hostages taken, you know, it was a big incident.
Okay. So do you support Trump Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, so how can you possibly like non-hypocritically shit on October 7th if you're going to turn around and say that you support the ethnic cleansing of 2.1 million people?
Well, I wouldn't support that, but because they took so many hostages, and you know, because or H's, I shouldn't say hostages, H's, because they took so many H's.
The 2.1 million Palestinians living on the Gaza Strip didn't do that.
I know, but you know, it was the culture that did it.
The culture that did it?
Yes.
Was it like the culture of America that's been giving the Middle East so many problems for like the last 50 years, therefore we deserve 9/11?
Do you care what I say? Can I express my opinion?
Yeah, go for it. I'm just curious on how you're going to somehow justify like forcefully expunging and ethnically cleansing like children because Hamas has taken some hostages.
Exactly. I would never do that. I'm a Christian.
So then you don't support Trump Gaza?
Well, I'm a Christian, but since that date and since those actions, you know,
Wait, you're a Christian? So you're a Christian that not only supports the ethnic cleansing of 2.1 million humans of the same ethnicity as your God, but you also support building 50-foot golden statues of Donald Trump in the birthplace of Jesus Christ. Really?
I live in Florida. I'm all for hospitality. You know,
and earlier you said that what the fuck? How did that respond to what the hell? What the hell? Dude, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, I'm so confused. I've never heard such a crazy pivot before. We just need to take a second. People pivot all the time. Okay, we know this. Pivots always happen, but I think that one takes the cake. I've never heard a crazier pivot before. I was asking why you support building 50-foot statues of Trump in Jesus' birthplace as a Christian, and you're like, you live in Florida, you support hospitality.
Well,
What?
I'm a hospitality major. That was my college major.
What does this have to do with the question that I asked you, sir?
Well, it's not about supporting one person or another person. It's about creating a safe environment for everybody and the most hospitable environment for people.
1 second, I just got a PayPal. So you debated Parker.
Yes.
1 second, let me read this PayPal real quick. This guy had a viral clip where Parker was answering yes to every question and being insane. So apparently, like, you're just nuts. Who'd you rather vote for, Putin or Kamala Harris?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
It was Vladimir Putin is the president of Russia.
So if Putin was an American, would you rather vote and support Putin or Kamala Harris?
I supported the Republican Party.
So if Putin ran as a Republican and Kamala Harris ran as a Democrat, who would you have voted for?
I mean, if those were the options, I would. Do I have to express my opinion, or are you gonna?
Who would you vote for?
I told you I supported the Republican Party.
So you'd vote for Putin?
I didn't vote this election. I voted.
Answer the question. If Putin ran as a Republican and Kamala Harris ran as a Democrat, who'd you vote for?
I mean, I would have to see their platform.
Okay, Kamala Harris ran on the platform she ran on in 2024, and Putin is running on the platform that he has ran Russia on for the last 20 years. Who are you voting for?
Honestly, I couldn't vote for Kamala Harris. I couldn't.
So you'd vote for Putin?
If he were an American Republican, I probably would have voted for him.
Hitler or Kamala Harris?
This was the question that Parker asked me about. He
really? Parker also reasoned his way to this question? Wow,
Well,
I need to call Parker and say that great minds think alike. Answer the question.
Well, Parker, you know what Parker did?
Hey, Hitler or Harris?
He rage baited me a bunch, and then he recorded me, and then he put me on his YouTube.
Sir, Hitler or Harris?
I can't even say those words, because of what I told you that my family was Jewish.
Which should make the answer to my question even easier.
What do you know what Parker got me on that got my account suspended?
I'm not interested in hearing that until you answer my question.
I said that Harris? I said that the National Socialist.
I just Mustache Man or Harris?
I'm not gonna answer that because that got me suspended. Got me suspended for a week.
You have to answer the question.
If the Mustache Man were a Republican and I didn't think he was gonna do those evil things, I probably would.
Just if Hitler were to have been an American in 1945, would you?
Well,
let's say he ran on.
Let's say the Mustache Man ran on his platform of national socialism, right?
Just Hitler or Harris.
I would probably vote for the Mustache Man.
Lord, if you hear me, God, I'm an atheist.
Right.
And right now I'm considering praying to fucking God that you're trolling.
I'm not. I'm being honest.
We are doomed. We are so fucking doomed
But didn't
I have so little hope
didn't
in
I'm just saying-
America
right?
because of people like you.
Okay, that's
Why
fine.
would you support Mustache Man over Kamala Harris?
Because I believe in America.
And what American values does Mustache Man embody?
Well, what his actions could never be happen in America.
Genocide can never happen in America. America was founded on the genocide of indigenous individuals.
I know, but those indigenous individuals had to give their land up in order for Americans to exist.
So your claim that genocide would never happen in America is wrong because genocide was necessary for America to exist.
Exactly, because we had to fight the indigenous.
Wait! Are you saying this was a good thing? Because I'm saying this is a bad thing.
Well, we're founded on militaristic principles
of genocide.
Yes.
Is that good or bad?
As a Christian, I do my best.
Is that good or bad?
I try to be the best Christian I can be.
Wait. Answer my question. Should the colonizers have genocided indigenous Americans?
I would have supported them if I were
the colonizers.
The 300 years ago, if I were living then, I would support them.
The colonizers?
Yes.
Why?
Because we had to contend with indigenous and we had to contend with the British, which were even bigger genociders, and we had to understand that in order to survive.
If the live gets taken down, I'll be live on YouTube. We're gonna move on to the next guest. What's up, Kaylin? Did you vote for Trump? Are you driving? Are you driving?
Yeah, I was.
Are you right now?
No, I'm
Okay.
hurt.
Okay, phenomenal. All right, well, let's go ahead and hop into a conversation. Before we do, I have a couple people to thank real quick. Joe, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Lindsay with a 5. And then Jackson, oh my God, with the $50 on Venmo. Everybody, 500W Jacksons. Thank you so much for the $50. Holy crap. Jackson says, abort. This guy's absolutely insane. I repeat, abort. Yeah, we just kicked him, bro. And then also Jackson with another $35 as well. Dude, huge W's for Jackson. At least 1,000 W's for Jackson for the $85. Thank you so much over on Venmo. You are phenomenal, Jackson. Thank you so much for the love. That guy was insane. And then also Angel with a $1 on PayPal. And then Danny with a $50 on PayPal. Oh my God, Danny, dude. 500 W Danny's, 1,000 W Jacksons. You are so incredibly kind, you guys. I do not deserve that much love. And then also Traceless with a $10, Tobias with a 5, Rudy with a 5. And then Brandon with a 10 as well. This guy's full of it. Traceless says this is the most out-of-pocket guest I think we've ever had on your channel, dude. Yeah, man, we just got him out of there, man. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Like, as soon as I'm just gagged and I don't even know what to say to a guest because of how crazy the shit is that they're saying, we just kick them off because there's nothing productive or good about that conversation anymore. But anyways, Kaylee, go ahead and tell us why you support Mr. Liberation Day, making your life worse, my life worse, and the life of every other American worse.
Okay, I feel like support is a strong word. It's more like I felt like this election I was voting for two evils. I wasn't really I'm an independent, not a Republican. So I felt kind of.
So why do you think that Donald Trump will make a better president than Harris?
I don't know. I just I didn't like how life was, I guess, under Biden's administration, and I didn't feel like Kamala's was gonna be much better.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Do you still think that? In retrospect, would you still have voted for Trump? Do you enjoy what his administration's
In
doing so far?
retrospect, I probably wouldn't have voted at all.
Okay. James, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, but we do understand that at the end of the day, it did come down to Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. So you should have voted for Kamala Harris. I mean, she had tax policy that's going to benefit you. I mean, Donald Trump's economic policy is just destroying America. I mean, there's a really easy place to start.
Yeah. To be fair, looking at it, I thought it was going to be way better than what it's looking like at the moment. I had higher hopes.
I mean, to be fair, man, and I don't want to toot my own horn, but I've been right about everything the Trump administration has done since before the election. I've been right about his economic policy months before the outcome of November 5th. I've been on live talking about the terrible, drastic implications of his plans to implement blanket tariffs before it was an official plan of his administration's and only just a leaked conversation he had at the dinner table with his advisors. Okay? There was enough information available to every single American to indicate that Donald Trump would be doing exactly what he's doing right now in August of last year. And the reason I know that is because it was available to me.
I honestly I didn't really get to see much of like Kamala's, or how do you pronounce her name again?
Kamala.
I don't want to pronounce it wrong.
I appreciate I appreciate you for that. That's awesome. By the way, your mic connected to your car. Do you mind disconnecting your Bluetooth?
Yeah. Yeah. Also with the last guest, that was fucking crazy.
Yeah.
That was wild. And I would vote for Kamala before fucking Hitler.
Well,
that is insane.
Hey, if you regret your vote for Trump and you're just kind of at this position where, I mean, you were just kind of susceptible to propaganda about Kamala Harris, I'd honestly just like recognize I'd recommend watching the live. I could bring up other people and debate with them about why they still stand behind a vote for Trump, and maybe Kamala Harris will pop up. But I feel like the best place for you to be is just watch and listen in, you know?
Yeah.
Unless you have anything that you want to debate about.
I mean, I don't know if there is. I mean, like most of it, certainly more economically right, but like more morally left, if that makes sense.
I used to think that about myself. Turns out I was just misinformed. Like, what are the economics of the right? Tell me why you describe yourself as fiscally conservative.
I hate the word conservative versus Republican, because conservative feels more like religious.
Fiscally right. Why do you consider yourself fiscally right?
I don't know. It's just typically under, it seems like a Republican president, it's just been like cheaper typically to live.
I mean, since the Cold War, we've actually had significantly better outcomes from Democrat presidents. Not to mention that like 15 of the last 16 recessions were under Republicans.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, dude, honestly, I don't blame you for that. I only learned this like in the last couple months.
I'll keep that. I'll definitely do more like research on stuff, but that's like the main reason is I've just seen like stuff be a little bit more cheaper, I guess, under Republican presidents than with Democratic presidents.
Man, do some research. I swear. I like when I was in high school and I started to bleed more towards the left. I think in my senior year, I got myself to a point where I labeled myself as socially liberal and fiscally conservative. And I was like pretty like strong in that position. And I thought that was just like the absolute most base perspective to hold. But then I learned like the left is just better for the economy, man. And a lot of the reason why you consider yourself to be fiscally conservative is propaganda. Like I remember like one reason I think I consider myself fiscally conservative is because I didn't like government overspending. Well, it turns out that Republicans spend more than Democrats. Another reason I considered myself to be fiscally conservative is because I wanted to pay less in taxes. Well, unless I am a member of the top 3 to 1% of earners in America, right? The Democrats want to cut your taxes more than the Republicans. Like Donald Trump's economic policy actually decreases the effective purchasing power of anybody outside of the top 3%. And then like even about inflation, I mean, like his tariffs are going to make you, me, and every other American pay significantly more for the bare necessities to live.
Yeah, I realized that.
Yeah, and
it's like so my job. We just got a whole email about the tariffs raising prices on everything.
At your job, yeah, I know. Like this is going to impact you personally, man. It's going to impact everybody personally. Like this personally impacts every American. Like even honestly, the business owners. And that's why I really hope that we start seeing a huge revolt from even the rich on Trump. Because although they may be cutting, Trump is cutting their taxes. Like, dude, $3 trillion were wiped out of the market evaluations of business owners yesterday. Okay, right? So I mean, I'm really hoping that even the business owners turn on Trump. because then we'll have institutional power and a shit ton of money behind anti-MAGA movements. But hey, man, I actually appreciate you, Kaylee. You're a pretty decent guest, and I hope that you keep learning.
Yeah. I think another reason is farming. I come from a farming family, so that might be better for them. And I come from a very small Republican town.
Yeah, so do I, man.
I feel like that's also kind of leaned more with my vote because everyone else is like screaming at me to vote that way.
Trump is worse than farmers. I mean, like, I don't know what your family produces, but soybean farmers went bankrupt under Donald Trump's first administration because they're reliant on exports. A lot of farmers are kind of reliant on exports. And I mean, those farmers are just going under. Yeah, but hey, man, I appreciate you for coming up, Kaylee, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, all right, we're gonna move on. Honestly, pretty nice conversation. Pretty nice conversation. All right, we're gonna go to move on to the next guest. Before we do, I'd like to thank Angela for the $35 donation over at PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Angela. Everybody, please show some love to Angela while we're getting the next guest up in the box. Oh my God, thank you, Angela. Angela says, "Love how you don't bait but educate." I mean, it depends on the guest. Sometimes I'm not gonna lie, like I could be a little bit sassy and probably say things that aren't as productive as it could be. But I think it really just depends on the guest. You know what I mean? Like I give the same energy that I get. And like, you know, the energy from people like the last guest is actually quite kind. And, you know, I could kind of give off that same kind energy. But thank you so much for the love, Angela. And then Justin, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal as well. And then James, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. And then Y with the $15 over on PayPal. Thank you, Y. Y says, thanks for putting up with so much bullshit. I've watched so many of your lives. I appreciate everything that you do. Thank you so much. And then Joe with the $10 on Venmo. Haley with a $5. Keep in mind also, guys, continue to spam MAGA in that chat if you want to come up and debate. And then Jackson with the $60 on Venmo, saying, because why the hell not? Dude, Jackson, that is so kind of you. Can we please get 600 W Jacksons down below in that live chat? I mean, seriously, that is so kind. And then also Mew Mew with a $50 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, Mew Mew. And Sid with a $100 super chat on YouTube. Sid and Mew Mew. Everybody show some love to Sid and Mew Mew. Sid says, yeah, my favorite show is on. You know it every day. I love you, Sid. Diva Sid's in the building. Thank you for the love, Sid. And Mew Mew says, hearing that previous guy saying that he's trying to be the best Christian, as myself as a Christian, he's putting Jesus into shame. Yeah, the alt-right has hijacked Christianity and definitely puts a bad look on it. That's why I wish there was more rational Christians that gave that alt-right a huge pushback. Thank you so much for the $50, Mimi. What is up, Scott? Do you support Trump?
Hey, what's up, man?
How old are you?
18.
Phenomenal. Do you support Trump?
You know, man, can I say something?
I'm gonna go to assume not. Moving on to the
No,
next
wait,
guest.
hold up.
No,
Wait,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're gonna move on. Everyone, just give us a moment. We got the next guest loaded up in the box. Somebody in the chat said MAGA, 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 and then the bio is the Democrat girl from Amsterdam. Stop trolling, bro. Stop trolling. We're gonna go to get that next guest up in here. We'll get paid. We'll get paid and Looper up here. Then also Julia, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Julia says, hi Dean, been a supporter since 2023. Holy shit, dude, that's awesome, Julia. Thank you. Julia also says you inspire me to stand up to misogyny. Like yesterday, I debated my MAGA father. Good shit, Julia. Everybody, show some love to Julia for that awesomeness in that chat. Thank you so much. And then also, if you're watching and you want to support me or just kind of get a message across, my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio, I read all the messages. And I try to read all of them on stream. Sometimes I will miss a few, but I do. That is one way that you can support me to keep the stream running. Thank you guys so much. Same thing for the people over on YouTube. The Venmo and the PayPal are in the pinned message. You can also technically support me on Super Chat, but I did learn last night that YouTube takes 30 to 60% of every transaction. Meanwhile, nobody takes nothing from my PayPals and Venmos apart from the tax man. So, yeah. Anyways, what's up, Peyton? Do you support Trump?
So I would say partially support Trump.
Did you vote for him?
Not fully. There's some things I agree with. Some things I disagree with.
Do you think that he'd make a better president than Kamala Harris? Like, if Kamala Harris was president right now, do you think that we'd have better outcomes for America or worse outcomes for America?
I think that America will be better with Trump.
All right, why's that?
I don't really think Kamala did much as the vice president at all.
Do you mind if I give you pushback on that?
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, actually, let me first understand why you say that. Why do you say that?
Well, because of the border crosses, of course, where the borders are. That's one thing.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Can you name one thing that Mike Pence did as Trump's vice president?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Can you name one thing that Mike Pence did as Trump's vice president?
No, that was back in.
Can you name one thing that Biden did as Obama's vice president?
No,
One thing that Cheney did as Bush's vice president?
no, I cannot.
What about Al Gore to Clinton?
No.
What about any vice president in American history?
You got me with that. You're right.
So just because you can't think of something Kamala Harris has done doesn't mean that she hasn't done anything. It's just the simple fact that typically any successes of the vice president is more so attributed to the administration as a whole, if you even hear about it in the first place. So we don't really know things that individual vice presidents do. But if you're curious, she was very effective as vice president of America under the Biden-Harris administration. She passed more tie-breaking votes in the Senate than any other vice president in American history, and she helped pass some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history, such as the PACT Act, the Chips and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, or the American Rescue Plan. So I think she was pretty good. And I guess you also brought up the border there. So her delegated tasks to the border by Biden was not to fix the policy for entry, but to rather work with countries in southern Latin America to fix socioeconomic conditions that were causing people to migrate to America. And she did so pretty successfully. I mean, she reduced migration from Guatemala by upwards of 50%. So I guess, yeah, there's my response.
Yeah. I was also going to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Kamala thrown into the presidency race with
Kamala.
like 70 days before the election?
Well, first,
would you
her name is
disagree
pronounced
with
Kamala,
me that
and then second, I think it was like maybe 100, 110.
Kamala?
There you go.
I'm from the South. My accent's kind of strong.
Well,
But anyway,
you could do it. I trust you. If you can't pronounce Kamala, feel free to just call her Harris.
Harris, okay.
There you go.
But anyways, would you disagree with me that the Democratic Party could have chose a better candidate than her?
Actually, no, I don't. I don't think that. The only reason I don't think that was because she was like the current VP and she had the funding behind like Biden's treasure box of close to $350 million in funding, and then the notoriety as being a current administrator on the administration. But maybe pragmatically speaking, there might have been a better option just because people basically associated her and her incumbency as being responsible for inflation as a result of the pandemic, when in all reality, her nor Biden caused that in the slightest. But overwhelmingly, regardless of what my thoughts would be on who should have ran as the Democrat nominee, I do think that she was significantly better than Trump.
All right. So I think the things that I do agree with Trump for, number one, he's stated that he's wanting to fight the amount of debt our country's in.
I don't think that wiping $3 trillion out of the stock market and imposing tariffs on every other country, isolating America from global commerce, and then passing tax policy that disproportionately benefits the ultra wealthy, spending over $4 trillion, in which we know it will reap a very small return for increased government revenues, which was proven via the first time he implemented it, is a good strategy for reducing wasteful expenditure at all. I obviously know that you're referring to Doge. Although Doge may apply downward pressure on government expenditure, he just simply applies more upward pressure than they apply downward pressure.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but hasn't our country been producing $4 trillion in revenue, but spending $6 trillion?
You're asking if our
debt
government
every single year $2 trillion.
You're asking if our government likes to spend more money than it has? The answer is
No,
yes.
isn't it proven that we have? Like last year alone, we spent $6 trillion,
Our
but only
government-
gained $4 trillion in our GDP.
Our government loves to spend money that it doesn't have.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying.
I'm not so sure about the deficit for last year though.
Well, that's why I'm saying that the idea and what Doge is wanting to do, I think cutting down on bad, corrupt government spending is a good thing.
Then you should have voted for Kamala Harris. Because although she didn't have Doge, still yet, she had less wasteful expenditure than Donald Trump's administration, factoring Doge into account. All laid out to you with just one policy. Tax policy of Trump's estimated to cost anywhere between $4.5 and $8.4 trillion by the Congressional Budget Office. Okay, this was confirmed on the debate stage by J.D. Vance. Okay, Elon Musk says the most Doge could ever cut is $2 trillion. This means if they cut the most they could at $2 trillion, and then Trump comes in and passes those tax cuts, he's still in the red anywhere from 2.5 to 6.4 trillion dollars. By the way, $6.4 trillion is more money than what was spent by the Biden-Harris administration in the entirety of their 4 years. Okay? Right? And significantly more than every single proposed piece of legislation by Kamala Harris for her 4 years, because she didn't have COVID expenditure.
Okay. Also, I was going to say, I do, with trans rights and stuff like that, I think.
Oh, we can't talk about TSUs on the live. TikTok will take us down for it, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Unfortunately. By the way, Joseph, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Then Jared with a 5, and Eden with a 1, and Haley with a 5. And by the way, I will read all of your guys' messages. I did just see those. Thank you so much.
Sorry for mentioning about that. I did not know TikTok would.
No
would
worries,
ban
not a lot of
or
people
whatever
do.
for
And
that.
I just have two more donations to thank. Saturn, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, saying thanks for all that you do. Thank you so much for the kind message and the $10. And then Jay with the $18.50 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Jay. Jay says, love from the UK. Thank you so much for the love, Jay. Well, do you have any other reasons why you support Donald Trump?
Yes, one more thing. He's wanting to abolish income tax on households that make less than 150 grand a year.
Okay. So here's the deal. If Donald Trump passed that policy, I'm going to be as non-biased and objective as possible. That would be one of the best policies passed through Congress in modern American history.
Exactly.
Okay?
And that's what he's wanting to do.
But it's not. Donald Trump has unfortunately stood in front of a mic at a podium and called on Congress to do a lot of crazy shit that's never going to happen. You know, he also stood in front of a podium and just straight up told them to abolish income tax as a whole, right?
Yeah.
Is that going to happen?
Probably not, no.
No,
I just
neither
think-
is cutting taxes for anybody making under $150,000 per year. The main reason I say that is just because it wasn't factored into account in the House Republicans' budget bill that tried to make room for his tax cuts. It's just not going to happen. But listen, if it does happen, I will be honest, and I will label that as one of the best policies passed through Congress in modern American history. But it's not going to happen.
Well, I hope it does. It probably won't, but I hope it does.
Me
'cause
too.
He said
I hope
he
it does
wants
too.
that to happen. But
I
even
hope
if
it
he
does too.
doesn't fully abolish it, even if he reduces income tax, I still think that would be great as well.
Well, see, the policy that we know he's actually proposed that he does want to do only reduces effective taxes for anybody making over $395,000 per year. And this is coming from the Institute on Taxation and Economics. And what this means for people like you and I that aren't super fucking wealthy is that we pay more in effective tax rates because of the reduction in our purchasing power caused by an increase in the pricing of goods that we buy every day because of his blanket tariffs on all other countries in the world. So although like he's propped up this sentiment that he wants to fight for the average American, fight for the working class, fight for blue collar workers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, it's just simply not resembled within the policy that he's already passing and that he wants to pass moving forward. And I mean, he kind of makes these false promises all the time. He didn't just do it when he said, I want to abolish the IRS. I want to abolish taxes for anybody making under $150,000 per year, but also within the Doge checks. I mean, he continues to kind of just lie to the Americans to get our support with no intention to ever pull through on what he says. And that's why he's been such a successful politician, was because he was the first one to figure this out. You could just lie. A lot of people are going to hate you for it because a lot of people are smart, unbiased, and objective. But a lot of people are also going to love you for it. You're going to be their new father. And all of a sudden, you have a cult of support that could prop you up into such high-ranking positions of power, including the presidency. And I feel like that's kind of what he's been doing since 2015.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that. Like I said earlier, there's things that I agree with and totally disagree with Trump. I do not think at all that he's going to be the greatest president ever. I just think that he was the better candidate in putting the economy first, which our country needs because inflation has been horrible in the past 4 years. I mean, I know COVID has a lot to do with that, but Biden wasn't really helping at all.
He was actually helping a lot.
Well, anyways,
I could give you an argument if you'd like to know how.
Yeah. How did Biden help that then?
Well, let's first understand like why inflation was so high and other economic issues. Inflation was like terribly fucking high because we had to pump trillions of dollars into our economy under both Biden and Harris and Donald Trump and Pence to give money to people that needed it to live to help prop up the and as well as to help prop up the economy to prevent a recession, not to mention supply chain issues caused by the pandemic that prevented shipments from getting to point A to point B, meaning that supply was limited and demand was high, so prices went up. All right. But the reason I say that Biden and Harris managed this very well was because their response to this was to say, okay, well, we're nearing a recession and supply of goods is in very limited demand. So my response to this is going to be to push $1 trillion infrastructure bill through Congress to just create jobs out of thin air to spawn them in so we could have more people making more money, feeling more confident in the market, and then they'll go out there to spend it. What happened was the Biden-Harris administration therefore prevented a recession. Okay. And then also on the manufacturing end, they're like, we need more goods manufactured here because of the supply chain issues. So we're going to focus on investment into manufacturing to prop up American industries through things such as the infrastructure bill, as I've already mentioned, or the Chips and Science Act. And in combination of all of these policies, what we saw was that the U.S. had the quickest rebound from the inflation onset by COVID and the negative GDP growth onset by COVID out of any other country in the G7. Right? Responded better than any other world leadership and the big players.
Yeah. I'm not gonna sit here and say you're wrong on anything about that. I haven't really been huge into politics besides in the past like about year because I'm only 19.
Yeah,
I didn't
right.
really care too much about politics before I turned 18 and actually cared about voting. And I won't lie, I was raised very conservative, and I would say compared to my parents, I would say I'm definitely a moderate independent.
If
But
I know anything about conservative parents, I don't doubt you, dude. I have some conservative parents of my own. But I don't know, man. It's worth putting like your time into researching because politics really do matter. Honestly, like the more I've been invested into politics, the more I've come to understand, acknowledge, and come to terms with it. Nearly like everything is political. And like I know that what I'm about to say like may sound like crazy to you because you might hear this terminology a lot from the left and kind of just brush it off as like crazy leftists and their antics. But a big reason why like probably both you and I kind of grew up in that environment is because like we're white guys. Okay, and the thing is
Yeah.
our government has never really hyperfixated us on a sense to serve damage to us, but it has for a lot of other people that aren't white guys like us. And the more I've learned and the more I've explored, the more I learned that so many things are political. Like I had these friends in high school. They were a lesbian couple, very cool people, and I mean that started to open up my eyes to how fucking political who you're attracted to is if you're not straight. Like all the fucking sudden, if your sexual orientation differs from, being straight, well, then all of a sudden, like half of our country hates you. We have people in Congress that
I
want
think
to.
that's wrong because myself, I actually have a boyfriend. I'm gay.
So you want? So yeah, you'd understand like this sense of how politics can play such a large role into like facts of one's identity, and how severely important it is to be educated on these issues. And I feel like this may be like a really strong proponent to maybe like go out there and educate yourself more and maybe like the economic side of things. But
Yeah. One thing I was going to say is one reason that I don't want to align myself with the left or even the right, but more so the left is because almost every very leftist or liberal treats someone that doesn't agree with them like they're just a piece of shit, like they don't know anything, like they call you a bigot, a racist, fascist, blah 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 blah, which in reality is not true. I know several Trump supporters, conservatives that are very nice people, very kind people, but to sit there and call them a racist and stuff like that, that's just wrong to me. And that's why I don't want to align myself with like the left people.
okay, I am like being probably the best faith and most honest I have ever been in what I'm about to say. I agree that there is extremists amongst the left that uphold a sense of purity culture, um, to a very significant degree. But I think that you're going to find individuals with very fringe beliefs on both the left and the right, but those beliefs are significantly more damaging on the right. And the vast majority of people on the left are not pro cancel culture for the smallest thing fucking ever. Call anybody that disagrees with you politically a fascist, racist. I think the reason why you see strong sentiments and individuals on the left labeling people on the right as fascists or racists, et cetera, is because it's true. And I've talked to a shit ton of Republicans that voted for Trump in my time. I talked to maybe over 50 a day. And I will undeniably say every single day I talk to so many full stop blatant racists, especially on the topic of immigration. It is unreal. I mean, you seriously have to watch some of my conversations about immigration. I talk to full stop blatant misogynists, full stop blatant people that are in support of fascism, authoritarianism. I mean, look at the growing denomination of people in MAGA that now support Trump running for a third term. And I think that's important to consider, and maybe look at the reasons why people on the left may label individuals on the right as fascist, racist, etc. And I'm sure that you'll find a few fringe cases where it is unwarranted. But a lot of the times you might be able to conclude with the use of reason, in fact, that it might just be true.
Yeah, so I do agree with you in that. And I don't know, just one more thing that I wanted to say is why I support Trump is, yes, we are having the stock market crash right now. Yes, but at the same time, inflation is the lowest it's been since, correct me if I'm wrong, I think 2021.
I mean,
that like 1.9 or something like that?
I don't know the data, but I'd believe it.
Yeah.
Like if you were to tell me that the macro level of inflation right now is low, I'd believe it. And I can tell you why. It's because when we're barreling towards a recession, people are spending less money because they're not confident in the market. But that means that there's less demand for goods, which reduces the rate of inflation. Now, that's not true in all scenarios, but I would say if we see any indicators of quick, sharp drops in inflation right now, it's because our economy is unstable and barreling towards a recession.
Yeah.
I'm
sorry.
But apparently the current rate of inflation is 3.3%.
Yeah, I don't know the exact numbers on the inflation and stuff. I've just seen facts that inflation is low right now, and maybe it is because people are not spending as much money. But I was also going to state that there are several companies that have been moving back to America for manufacturing.
Like who?
Says right here, I have it pulled up: Apple, General Motors, Boeing, Ford, Intel, Dow Chemical, General Electric, and Whirlpool.
I don't know where you're getting your list from. As far as like Apple goes, I'm pretty sure that whoever made the list that you're discussing is very bad faith. Because I know what they're referencing about Apple. They're referencing an announcement of like a $400 billion investment into their company, and this came after Trump's inauguration. They've done the same thing after Biden's inauguration and after Trump's first inauguration, and they've never pulled through on it. I know that Boeing has been here, and then Intel. Well, we see that chip production facilities have been getting built across our country because of the Chips and Science Act from the Biden-Harris administration. And Apple will never manufacture iPhones in America because if they did, they would cost $3,500. But what I will say is 99% of companies are not going to move their manufacturing to America as a result of Trump's tariffs. The reason why is because there's a bipartisan push against his tariffs right now from Democrats and Republicans in Congress. What this tells big companies is that whoever wins the next election in 2028, they're going to strike down those tariffs day one. All right. So they're very temporary. They're not going to be here forever. The second reason is because of how expensive it is to move manufacturing to America, billions of dollars. And the third reason is because of how much time it takes, okay, which is 3 to 5 years. So they'd have to invest billions of dollars, and they'd only get them up and running after the tariffs will be likely rescinded by the next president.
Well, one of the main reasons a lot of these American companies are in other countries is because of cheap labor. They can produce their products cheaper in other countries.
So that's one of the reasons. But I mean, not all the time. Like, we're very reliant on lumber produced in Canada, even though Canada has a higher minimum wage than America, because they just simply have better infrastructure and more productive capacities to produce the goods. And that's just because of like competitive advantage and
So
like,
I
access
do
to
have a
natural
question.
resources.
Would you disagree that it would be good for America for more American companies to move back to America? Because I'm pretty sure there's like 70,000 old warehouses, or not warehouses, like factories that are just shut down and not in use at all. And a lot of these companies can move to those factories and renew them and start manufacturing in America.
It depends. It actually depends. Like, for instance, it is not good for America to have like lumber producers move from Canada or whatever the hell to America to start making lumber here, because it's going to be less productive output and production than what would be experienced in Canada. Then all of a sudden our lumber is going to cost more, and the price of new houses is going to go up, not only because the raw materials cost more, but also because they're building less. Okay. So it's not always a good thing. Sometimes inefficiencies can be produced by higher levels of productions of goods, specifically when we're forcing that higher level productions with a force such as tariffs. But like, obviously, when I'd say the free market allows for it, it's a good thing. And I think the best thing that we should be doing as America to kind of bump our manufacturing is to probably subsidize corporate America, give them money, and then force them to spend that money on paying their employees more, while decreasing the price of their goods. So we're basically just artificially bumping up their output while keeping a higher quality of life for the workers. But then, like, another flip side of this coin here that no one really ever discussed, but it's so important, is immigration. Okay. One thing we could do right now to scale the productive output of America is allow for more immigration into America and naturalize all undocumented migrants who have not committed a violent crime as a resident or a citizen to continue to partake in our labor force compared to deporting them all. And I feel like that is a great plan that would really help place American industries first by increasing the size of our productive output, by making our labor force larger.
I do agree with you.
And that's a completely leftist position.
I think my stance on immigration is I do think that people should come into the country legally, not illegally.
Okay.
But also, I think our government should put in place a better system to become a legal citizen, because
that's my take.
It takes like what, 6 months at least to be like through the process, or
Try
6 years or something.
Try 6 years.
Yeah, 6 years. That's what I meant. But I do think that if they shortened that process and made it better, that I would be all for more immigration to the country. I don't know. I just don't think we should have as much illegal immigration as we do.
Okay. Well, I agree that we need to get to a point where there's no undocumented entry into America. I think the best way to get there is to first acknowledge what causes undocumented entry, which is neglected, depraved, slow, expensive legal means of entry. We fix the problem of undocumented entry into America by expediting the legal means of entry, providing residency or citizenship in a very quick manner to anybody that wants it that doesn't have prior violent offenses. And then, for the undocumented migrants that are already in America, simply offer them that same path, okay? We don't need to deport them, okay? We don't need to strip people away from their family. We don't need to cripple American industries by ripping millions of laborers out of the labor force. We just simply offer them that same fast-tracked, expedited path to residency or citizenship.
I would agree with you in that. I think we should do fact checks and checks, background checks on these people to see if they are part of MS-13 or stuff like that.
I'm
And
fine. I'm
if they
fine
are,
with.
they
I'm
should.
fine with
They
that.
absolutely should be deported. But if they're just people seeking a better life, I think rather than deporting them, we should, just not send them to a camp, so to say, but put them in like a good facility or something until they can pass the course to become like a citizen. Then they can go back out.
I think
I
think
kind of worded
that's.
that wrong. I don't really know.
I don't
But
think that we should be placing people in detention camps. I don't
well,
really see the
that's why I
upside of
said.
that.
That's why I wasn't. That's why I was saying. I don't know. I kind of worded it wrong, like badly.
Why would we need to place them in facilities?
Well, just to make sure they are doing it.
Oh wait, dude? I don't even think we need to do that. Okay, because if you're just saying we need to place them in facilities to make sure that they're seeking like residency or citizenship, there is not a single undocumented migrant in America that likely wants to be an undocumented migrant in America. Like, we do understand that when you're an undocumented migrant, you can't work with a bank, you can't get a loan, you can't get a driver's license, you
Yeah,
can't
you
get a
have to get
social
paid under
security
the
number.
table,
No,
stuff like that.
actually you don't have to. You could work as an ITIN employee off of a W-2, get paid over the table. But there's a shit ton of benefits to citizenship or residency that undocumented migrants want. So I think if we were just to offer this expedited fast track to residency or citizenship to all undocumented migrants in America that have not committed violent crimes, that essentially every undocumented migrant in America will be first in line to get it. And no type of detention camps would be necessary.
Yeah. I don't know. Just to end off talking to you, I think my stance on it all is that every day I'm starting to lose the hope that I have in Trump, but also I do still have hope that the plans and stuff that he's putting in place will better our economy. I do hope that.
I'm pretty sure the only thing that's going to prove that wrong to you is time, man. Because I feel like I've disputed those positions. I don't think that you've been willing to hear it out. So I feel like the last thing for you to experience is the passing of time under the Donald Trump administration, and hopefully there will be a huge shift left in 2026 and 2028 because people will wake up and realize that that is a false belief that is only built by years and years and years of over $1 billion worth of propaganda pushed by the right.
All right. Thank you for putting me on and talking to me, Dean. I appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate you for having a significantly more respectful conversation with me than most. Have a good rest of your day, man.
Appreciate it, man. You too.
All right, you guys. Well, we got a couple people to thank for donations here. Francisco, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Francisco says, please get into politics ASAP. You are the future. We need leaders like you. I know I will be voting for you in the future. Well, I appreciate you, Francisco. I don't really know what my future is going to look like. I think I'm just going to let it play out one day at a time and see where I land, see where I end up. But I do appreciate you for the $5. Then also Stephanie, thank you for the $25 on Venmo saying thank you. I appreciate you, Stephanie. Thank you. And then Joseph with a 5 and Jared with a 5. You guys are all phenomenal. Thank you, everyone, so much for your support over on Venmo. Now let's go ahead and move on to PayPal. Pinpoint, thank you so much for the $20 donation. W Pinpoint down below in that chat. Pinpoint says, I'd like to personally thank the Don for giving the world agricultural community a horrible opinion of the U.S. Guessing that's ironic, and I do appreciate you for the love. Yeah, the Don's really fucking a lot up right now. Let's see what else is in here. Let's see. Anissa, thank you so much for the $35 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love. That is ANEESAH with the $35 saying, Dean, I love watching your debates. You educate everyone you debate and everyone watching. I love that. Get something good to eat for dinner. Thank you so much. I'm kind of feeling a steak tonight. I might do it. I might do a steak. Thank you for the love. And then Erica with the $5 and Matt with the $5. Matt says, just being amazing. You teach me so much. I appreciate you for the love, Matt. I love you all. You guys are all incredible. For the 7.8 thousand people watching on TikTok, if today was your first day tuning in to one of these streams, we do these every day, so make sure to hit that follow button. And then just a couple more donations over here on YouTube. Katrina, thank you for the $5. Kayla with the $5. Traceless with the 10. And then Bella with the 31 Australian dollars. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry, just responding to texts. All right, we're going to go ahead and do one last discussion here before we end for the night. So let's go to get them up. Traceless, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, and then Traceless with another 10. You guys are awesome. All right, we're gonna do our last conversation of the night. Hopefully, it's gonna be a short one. I'm probably only gonna spend about another 5-10 minutes debating here. So let's just see if we could have a short conversation before we hop off. By the way, W3 million likes. Holy crap, that's insane. Oh, by the way, the TikTok ban got another 75-day extension. Did you guys see that? Dude, Trump is aura farming. That's all that he's doing. He's pushing that off to aura farm. He's just like, I know I'm making a bunch of terrible decisions, but if I just like keep, extending this ban at times where people don't like me, they'll like me a little bit more. Yeah, TikTok is always getting banned. Yeah, isn't it funny how just no one gave a fuck about the ban this time around? This is the first time I've spoken about the ban, and it was supposed to get banned tomorrow. I didn't really care. I didn't really care. I thought it wasn't going to get banned. Then even if it was essentially my thoughts were, oh well. Like I've already gone through, the turmoil of the ban. I'm just gonna kind of let it happen. Kelly, thank you for the $15 donation on Venmo, saying you're way smarter than I was at your age, kid. Hope to see you on the FY pod. What is that? What is the FY pod? I'll have to check that out. But thank you for the $15, Kelly, as well as the incredibly kind compliment. You are awesome. All right. Well, let's see if we can get a last guest up in. Honestly, if we can, I'm going to end because I do really have to use a restroom. Not going to lie. I do really have to use a restroom. Try to get J Money up here. All right. J Money is not loading in. All right. Here's actually what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and end on TikTok, but I'm going to stay live on YouTube because I'm about to throw up a YouTube video and I really want to test out to see what happens if I just send like thousands of people to like it the moment I throw it up. So everybody, if you want to like help me run a cool experiment real quick, head over to the YouTube. You could find that in the link tree in the bio. I also just like genuinely want to see how many people we could get in there. So everyone just head over to the YouTube account, link in the link tree in the bio. You could also find it just by searching up Dean Withers on YouTube. You'll find the account. But I love you guys. I appreciate everyone for joining in on TikTok today. Make sure to follow before you head out. Today was actually a really good fucking day. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, love you guys so much. And yeah, head over to the YouTube. Peace and love. All right. For everybody on the YouTube, we just ended on TikTok. First of all, bro, just W day. W day, man. W day. Huge W day. I actually quite enjoyed the conversations we had today. A lot of the people were a lot more chill. And I actually thought that it was quite nice. Quite nice indeed. Quite nice indeed. Oh no. The video of my explosion yesterday about the anxiety pin is currently at like 56K likes on TikTok. And people think it's serious. Y'all gotta listen to this real quick.
It's a goddamn anxiety pin!
We all saw the clip.
It's an aromatherapy pin! It's lavender and caramel! I would never smoke the nicotine! It's a gateway! It's a gateway! Stop accusing me of that!
We saw you, bro.
We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a minute.
I swear to God, this is like the the best running meme associated with a brand ever. I love it. It's so funny because people think I'm serious, dude. People think I'm like one of the top comments on this video. Let's see if we can find it. Let's see if we can find it. Okay, a lot of people know that I'm not being serious. But one of the top comments on this video, yes, it says, "He who angers you conquers you." And then there's another video about the anxiety pin. Let me find it real quick. It should be pretty easy to find. It has like 2.8 million views the last time I saw it. Oh, 5.8 million views. Holy shit. Let's listen to it real quick.
Very closed mind. Like you don't come in here like open to like hearing other people's thoughts.
Okay, you said
All right,
one
buddy.
thing
You're
so far
not.
that's
You're not.
relevant.
Hold on. You're not slick, buddy. I see the schmeal. You're not slick.
You said one. You said one thing that's so far that's relevant.
Ripping the
is
schmeal.
that you don't believe that. It's an anxiety pin, you freak.
What flavor are you?
Oh, it's just me like blowing up on him. It's fucking great content. I think it's hilarious. But then like one of the top comments is, why did bro get so defensive about the anxiety pin? Another one is, I don't lean right, but Dean is so unlikable. For whatever reason, I think it's just so fucking funny that there's people that don't know I'm joking. That just don't understand the meme. It makes it just top humor. Okay. I think it's great. I think it's so funny. But anyways, so on my account, I just had a video go live. It's just, some debates and whatnot. Honestly, I haven't watched it yet. I've been working with a production team. They've been doing a good job. Real good job. Real good job. They've been putting out the videos for me. They've really been helping. But everyone right now, go over to the video that I just posted as soon as I end this live and drop a like and a comment. Because what I'm learning, right, is that the engagement of the video is predicated on how many people engage with it in like the first hour it's posted. Early engagement is everything for the YouTube algorithm. So if everybody watching the stream could just head to my account, go drop it a watch maybe, drop it a like, drop it a comment, it will mean the world. I'm going to go ahead and end for the day. I love you guys so much. Go drop that a like. Peace and love, y'all. Peace and love.